One, test. Test one. One, test. Testing one. Testing two. You okay? One, test. One, test. Yeah, okay. One, test, test. Testing one, two. One, two.
Good morning. Bonjour, chères représentantes.
Good morning, distinguished representatives.
Good morning to all. Bonjour à tous et toutes. Et bonne fête nationale au Suriname.
Suriname, we congratulate you on your National Day. It's a very positive thing. Now, today, we're going to begin by continuing with heads of delegations and other representatives with their general statements. May I remind you that your statement should not be longer than 5 minutes. I'm going to be rather strict today. I would ask you too, because we have 99 requests to speak. And again, we want to make sure that everybody who wishes to speak is able to speak before the Assembly. As you remember, there is a device on the podium which will indicate to you how much time you have left. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, I would like to remind delegations that, as we said yesterday, the list is now closed. So now I call upon the first of our speakers, Mr. Andreas Carlsson, Minister of Infrastructure and Housing from Sweden. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President, Ministers, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Minister for Infrastructure and Housing, including Minister of Shipping of Sweden, it is a great honor to address you today at the 34th session of the IMO Assembly. Let me start by reaffirming Sweden's long-standing commitment to the IMO, a partnership that goes back more than 60 years. Sweden is a northern maritime nation with long winters, bright summers, and an extensive coastline that shapes both our identity and our economy. As a country that depends heavily on maritime trade, we recognize the essential role of safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. Sweden values the mission of the IMO and the spirit of cooperation, which is the DNA of this organization. The IMO's ability to bring nations together to develop global standards for the world's shipping industry is a powerful example of multilateralism in action. For Sweden, it is therefore a great honor to host the World Maritime University in Malmö, an institution that embodies the core principles of the IMO. The university is not only a center of academic excellence, it is a hub for the fostering of international dialogue, overall enhancement of knowledge and leadership development in the maritime world. For Government of Sweden annually provides a financial contribution to WMU of approximately $3.1 million, and we are proud of being the host nation for this fantastic university. I'm constantly inspired by how the university brings together students from all over the world to foster understanding, promote innovation, and advance sustainable maritime development. It is also a pleasure for me to come here to IMO and meet so many distinguished representatives from all over the world that have spent time in Sweden, in Malmö, studying at WMU. Mr. President, in times when multilateralism is being challenged, the role of institutions as the university is crucial. It reminds us that our common challenges, from climate change to maritime safety, call for common solutions. The spirit of collaboration that defines IMO is something Sweden always will work to protect and maintain. Sweden firmly believes that we will only achieve the best results through dialogue and engagement with each other. The success of the organization is also the results of its continuing good governance, transparency, and inclusiveness. This has been a focus area of the organization for many years and something that Sweden will continue to support and strengthen and promote as a member of the Council. Good governance also ties into the future and resilience of our organization. Like our society as a whole, the maritime sector is evolving rapidly. Enhanced digitalization and AI are drivers of this development together with continuous innovation. We believe this can make us stronger and help us improve environmental protection to decarbonize our industry and enhance the protection and promotion of seafarers. And about further strengthening the global maritime community, and as a new sign of promoting multilateralism, Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands, together with Sweden, has, and I'm happy to announce that today, we will ratify and bring into effect the 2010 HNS Convention next year. The Convention fills an important gap in the regime of maritime liability and compensation. To conclude, Mr. President, Sweden's long-standing commitment to the IMO is as strong as ever, and it includes proud partnership of WMU, our belief of the power of multilateral cooperation, and we will continue our support to safe, sustainable, and smart and secure shipping. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le
I thank the Minister from Sweden, and I now call upon Mr. Jeffrey Xiu, Acting Minister for Transport from Singapore.
Madam President, Secretary General of the IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Our oceans are the lifeline of international trade. They connect nations and drive economic opportunities and development. With global trade rising by an estimated US $300 billion within just the first half of this year, the importance of maritime transport will remain as the key enabler of our economies in the years ahead. Yet our maritime future faces strong currents, shifting geopolitical dynamics, emerging threats of climate change, and the relentless advancement of technology will disrupt maritime trade. To overcome these challenges, Singapore will continue to stand behind the leadership of the IMO and collaborate with all IMO member states via three key approaches. First, we must uphold the centrality of the IMO in promoting safe, secure, and sustainable international shipping. In our increasingly fragmented global environment, we must defend the multilateral, rules-based order and work with one another to further the goals and objectives of the IMO. Second, we need to embrace new technologies to enhance the efficiency and future-proof our industry against emerging risks. Technologies such as smart shipping, autonomous vessels, sustainable technologies, and artificial intelligence will transform maritime operations. The IMO's leadership will be pivotal in ensuring these advancements are adopted responsibly, such as by strengthening cybersecurity, governance, upskilling of the workforce, and promoting equitable access to technology. The IMO's plan to adopt a strategy on maritime digitalization by 2027 is an example of how the organization ensures that it stays relevant in the face of rapid technological advancements. Singapore will also continue to partner member states to harness innovation to achieve the IMO's goal of reducing maritime emissions and to build a resilient and sustainable maritime industry. Third, the transition to a more efficient and sustainable maritime future must be inclusive. Issues such as digitalization, decarbonization, workforce reskilling, and supply chain resilience cannot be addressed by a single state alone. We need to work closely to forge partnerships that create economies of scale and promote the adoption of common standards for the benefit of all. This includes the IMO Net Zero Framework, for which we hope that all member states that work closely together to achieve consensus expeditiously. Singapore remains committed to providing capacity building and training opportunities for fellow IMO member states to develop the next generation of the maritime workforce. I'm happy to share that the Singapore IMO Third Country Training Program has trained more than 2,400 maritime professionals from over 100 states to date. To conclude, Singapore remains steadfast in our commitment to work with the IMO and fellow member states to secure the future of maritime. Collaboration has always been the cornerstone of our shared success. Singapore will continue to contribute actively and effectively to IMO's work to strengthen the resilience and efficiency of global shipping. Together, we can chart a course towards a maritime future that is safe, secure, sustainable, and inclusive, bringing prosperity to all. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the Minister from Singapore, particularly for fitting so well into the time allotted. And I now call upon Mr. Dudi Purwangandi, the Minister of Transport for Indonesia.
Madam President, Secretary Generals, Excellencies, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates. Indonesia would like to express its sincere appreciation to the President and Vice President of the 33rd session of the IMO Assembly for their dedication and leadership throughout the session. Indonesia also wishes to extend its warm congratulations to the newly elected presidents and vice presidents of the 34th session of the Assembly on their election. We are confident that under their leadership, this Assembly will conduct its work with wisdom, fairness, and a shared commitment to advancing international maritime cooperation. Excellencies, as the world's largest archipelagic state, Indonesia emphasizes the importance of enhancing maritime governance grounded in safety, environmental protection, efficient facilitation, and equitable capacity development. Turning to the important agenda items that we have in front of us, allow me to offer the following brief reflections. First, on maritime safety, Indonesia reaffirmed the importance of e-navigation, global maritime distress and safety system, modernization, and risk-based approaches. Our experience in implementing the traffic separation scheme in the Sunda and Lombok Straits demonstrates how international cooperation and scientific assessment can significantly improve navigational safety in high-traffic sea lanes. Second, Indonesia continues to align national policy with the IMO decarbonization agenda. Indonesia has a strong commitment and integrated strategy for promoting and pursuing its net zero emission target while gradually expanding of onshore power supply across Indonesia ports. And the designation of the Lombok Strait as a particularly sensitive sea area are practical steps contributing toward a more sustainable and resilient maritime sectors. Third, as the one of the world's largest seafaring communities, Indonesia stresses the centrality of human element and gender equality. We encourage future further works on seafarers' rights, mental well-being, and welfare, including digital training frameworks, ensuring that technological change enhance this particular workforce. Lastly, Indonesia is firmly committed to strengthening the IMO itself. Our ratification on the 2021 amendment to the IMO Convention demonstrates our support for a more inclusive and representative council, as well as for stronger multilinguals within organization. Excellencies, Indonesia is seeking re-election to the IMO Council under Category C for the 2026-2027 period. Our candidature reflects our strategic role as a maritime nexus between the Indian and Pacific Oceans, and our consistent contribution to the work of this organization. Guided by our President Prabowo's strategic vision, Asta Cita, Indonesia will continue advancing and promoting safe of navigation, enhancing our environmental conservation, fostering smart and sustainable port development, supporting the welfare and competencies of seafarers while promoting gender equality and inclusivity. Indonesia reaffirmed our commitment to work closely with all member states and stakeholders in advancing the IMO's goals. Finally, let us work hand in hand to steer international shipping toward a safer, greener, and more resilient futures, and in doing so, navigate our shared maritime opportunity toward global sustainability. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the Minister from Indonesia, and I now call upon Mr. Michel Shebat, Minister of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics from Belize.
Monsieur le Ministre.
Minister, you have the floor.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend warm greetings on behalf of the government and people of Belize. Belize reaffirms its support of the IMO's core mandate to safeguard seafarers, protect ships and cargo, and preserve reliable, efficient sea lanes that underpin global trade. We appreciate the Secretary General's continued leadership and the Secretariat's regular briefings on safety and security in key choke points. As a proud member state of the IMO, Belize values the rule-based international maritime framework that supports global shipping. Recalling that on the 18th February 2024, the Belize-flagged bulk carrier Rubimar was struck by missiles while transiting the southern Red Sea, the Bab al-Mandeb. 20 seafarers were safely rescued. The vessel subsequently sank in early March with a cargo of ammonium phosphate sulfate, raising environmental concerns in sensitive marine ecosystems. Belize reiterates its gratitude to all parties that assisted in the rescue and repatriation of the crew and continues coordination with relevant counterparts. We recall, above all, that the safety and welfare of seafarers must remain paramount. Belize condemns attacks against international shipping and remains gravely concerned about their cumulative human, environmental, and economic impact. The ongoing crisis has forced significant rerouting of traffic and disrupted flows of energy, food, and essential goods, with consequences of supply chains and maritime insurance. In addition, security-driven diversions around the Cape of Good Hope, while necessary from a security standpoint, have resulted in longer voyages and, in aggregate, increased fuel consumption and associated emissions. This unintended carbon cost runs counter to our collective decarbonization pathway and underscores the importance of reestablishing safe, predictable passage through the Suez Red Sea corridor as soon as conditions allow. For this reason, Belize supports all multilateral efforts consistent with international law that restore safe navigation and protect crews, ships, and the marine environment. We also underline the importance of timely information sharing by the Secretariat and Member States as a means of keeping all informed of the unfortunate realities in those regions. Belize welcomed the Marine Environment Protection Committee's technical approval in April 2025 of the IMO Net Zero Framework, comprising a global fuel standard and a global pricing mechanism. Belize notes the decision in October 2025 to defer adoption to 2026 in an extraordinary session. Noting the IMO's intention to leave no country behind, we reaffirm the need to ensure a just and equitable transition. The only way to achieve this target is with the establishment of a fund to be used to support the adoption of sustainable alternative fuels, clean port infrastructures, and technologies. Revenue will also be used for capacity building and to mitigate negative impacts on food security and the adaptation of vulnerable states, such as small island developing states and least developed countries. Belize therefore encourages continued dialogue so that the package can be adopted on schedule in 2026 and implemented in an orderly, non-discriminatory, and global consistent manner. In closing, Belize encourages all member states to refrain from actions that endangers crews or the marine environment, and to continue to circulate operational guidance and alerts as the situation evolves. Member states should cooperate internationally to restore safe transit through the Red Sea corridor, while enabling human access and safeguarding salvage and response operations. We further encourage the organization to recognize the unintended carbon cost of diversions and accelerate readiness for the net zero framework, with targeted capacity building and access to finance for SIDS and small administrations. Finally, the policies of the IMO should ensure transparent monitoring and data-driven implementation with non-discriminatory treatment and practical support for compliance pathways. Belize stands ready to work constructively with all member states, the Secretariat, and industry partners to safeguard life at sea, protect the marine environment, and deliver on a credible, inclusive path to net zero. Thank you, and I wish this Assembly a successful session. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank the Minister from Belize, and I now call upon Mr. Dr. Sheikh Abdullah bin Ahmed Al Khalifa, the Minister of Transport and Communications of Bahrain. You have the floor.
سعادة الأمين العام للمنظمة البحرية الدولية، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، ضيوف الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني أن أقف اليوم أمامكم في هذا المحفل الدولي الرفيع الذي يكتسب أهمية خاصة لكونه يجمع نخبة من قادة وخبراء المجتمع الدولي العالمي.
The interpretation from Arabic is going into French and from there into English. Can you hear the interpretation? Can you hear the interpretation? So I congratulate Madame Marine de Carnet on her election as President of the 34th session of the IMO Assembly. We wish her every success in steering the work of this important session. I also congratulate the first and second vice presidents on their election and wish them success in their duties. I would also like to commend the tremendous efforts deployed by His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud, the former President of the Assembly, for his excellent and successful leadership of the previous session. We wish him continued success. May I confirm that since the Kingdom of Bahrain joined the IMO, it has been keen to be an active partner, contributing seriously to achieving the noble objectives of the organization. This deep commitment is reflected in our accession to the majority of the key international maritime conventions and treaties, the cornerstone for building a safe and sustainable maritime sector. We also affirm that we are working continuously to implement the obligations set out in these conventions through our national teams responsible for flag state and port state inspections, ensuring that ships comply with international standards in order to safeguard lives and property. In this regard, the Kingdom of Bahrain takes pride in its active membership in the Riyadh Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control. Through continuous coordination with member states, we work to inspect ships arriving in Bahraini ports and ports in the region to verify their full compliance with the requirements of international maritime conventions. This regional cooperation reflects our firm belief in the importance of collective action to ensure a safe and reliable maritime environment. Bahrain's commitment to effective implementation of international maritime conventions is clearly demonstrated in the Kingdom's new maritime law, Law 10 from 2022, which includes provisions affirming the need for full adherence to these conventions. Penal measures have been included to ensure proper compliance and enforcement out of our concern for the safety of navigation in our territorial and international waters and the protection of lives and property at sea, along with the promotion of maritime trade and shipping as a fundamental pillar of our national economy. In this context, I would like to commend this year's IMO theme, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity. This slogan reflects a profound understanding of the vital role oceans play in our lives. They're not merely trade routes, they're lifelines that provide food and resources for millions of people and are essential regulators of the Earth's climate. Protecting the maritime environment is not a choice, but a moral and human responsibility for us all. Bahrain's Maritime Administration has paid special attention to this matter through a modern legislative framework conceived to protect the environment from ship-generated pollution. This framework is based primarily on the MARPOL Convention, which Bahrain joined in 2005, along with its protocols and annexes. And we're currently working with our environmental partners to join the remaining annexes soon, in line with national plans adopted by the Kingdom to achieve net zero emissions by 2060. The report on the IMSAS mandatory audit report of 2017 highlighted the Kingdom's level of commitment to fulfilling its responsibilities and obligations under the conventions it has joined, which demonstrates our serious and transparency in this field. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre.
I thank the Minister of Bahrain, and I now call upon Mr. Adeboyaga Isaka Oyetola, Minister of Marine and Blue Economy of Nigeria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, the Federal Republic of Nigeria is honored to reiterate the submission of our candidacy for election to the IMO Council under Category C for the 2026-2027 biennium. Nigerian candidature is anchored on our enduring commitment to the IMO mission of safe, secure, and sustainable shipping on clean oceans, and our strong belief in balanced geographic representation within the Council. Under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and through the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Nigeria has strengthened its role as a reliable maritime partner. We have domesticated and implemented key IMO conventions, enhanced port and flag state control, and at an advanced stage of digitalizing our ship registration, and improved seafarer training and certification. Nigeria has made significant progress in enhancing maritime safety and security in our region. Our landmark Deep Blue project, a multi-layered maritime security architecture, has become a model for integrated maritime domain awareness and enforcement. With air, land, and sea assets fully deployed and coordinated under the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, we have seen a drastic reduction in piracy incidents in the Gulf of Guinea, contributing to safer waters for global shipping. Consequently, in the last 4 years, there has been zero piracy incident in Nigeria and a drastic reduction of piracy incidents and other maritime crimes in the Gulf of Guinea, as reported by the International Maritime Bureau, IMB. Excellencies, our record of constructive engagement within the IMO speaks for itself. Nigeria continues to offer technical support and share best practices with fellow developing countries, particularly within Africa, the small island developing states, and least developed countries. Nigeria is also investing in improved infrastructure for maritime transport in and beyond our territorial waters to ensure safe and secure shipping lanes with great benefit for all countries, both in the northern and southern hemisphere. We believe that a vote for Nigeria is a vote for representation, collaboration, and balanced decision-making in the global maritime governance. Excellencies, as you consider your support for council elections, we humbly ask that you entrust Nigeria with your vote to continue to contribute meaningfully to the IMO Council. Nigerians are ready to work with all member states to build a safer, greener, and more inclusive maritime future. Thank you, and God bless you.
Je remercie Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Nigeria, and I now give the floor to Mr. Abdulkadir Mohamed Nur, Minister of Ports and Maritime Transport of Somalia. Floor is yours.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, thumma salatu wassalam ala rasulullah wa ba'd. Madam President, Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Federal Republic of Somalia, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to the International Maritime Organization for inviting our delegation to participate in this important session of the Assembly. It is an honor for Somalia to join fellow member states as we once again reaffirm our collective commitment to a safe, secure, and efficient global maritime sector. Madam President, permit me to congratulate you on your election and to extend our warm congratulations to your vice presidents. Somalia aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the regional group to which we belong and assures you of our full cooperation throughout this Assembly. We are proudly in agreement with the program of work before us. The work of the Assembly ranging from safety and environmental protection to strategic planning, technical cooperation, and the continuous development of international maritime standards is foundational to the global maritime governance. As a country endowed with the longest coastline in Africa and a rich seafaring history, Somalia is deeply invested in all aspects of this agenda. Our commitment is demonstrated not only in words, but also throughout concrete institutional reforms and capacity development measures. In this regard, Somalia is proud to announce a significant milestone. The federal government has formally deposited its instrument of accession to the International Mobile Satellite Organization Convention. This step strengthens our contribution to the global maritime distress and safety system, enhancing critical communication and safety capabilities for seafarers and vessels operating in our waters. It also supports environmental protection by enabling improved satellite monitoring, early detection of maritime pollution, and more effective enforcement of moral obligations. Strengthening our maritime domain awareness is vital to our wider national security architecture and to safeguarding our fragile maritime ecosystems. The challenges facing the maritime sector, decarbonization, digitalization, maritime security, and diversity requires collective commitment. Somalia welcomes the global drive to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from shipping and supports the ambitious long-term goals toward 2050. These efforts are aligned with our own national transformative plan and our broader work to revitalize the blue economy. At the national level, Somalia is making steady progress in reforming and modernizing maritime transport sector. We are undertaking major initiatives to improve efficiency, upgrade port infrastructure, and establish a complement effective maritime administration. A new set of maritime laws drafted in accordance with international standards will soon be integrated into Somalia's national transformative plan. Our 5 commercial ports, Mogadishu, Berbera, Kismayo, Bosaso, and Garat, continue to expand their capacity with increasing gross tonnage and TEUs throughput. Major international ship lines, including CMA, CGM, and MSC and Maersk, maintain active operations in the port of Mogadishu. Security at sea remains priority for Somalia. Strengthening maritime regulations, modernizing the administration, and enhancing port and shipboard security are central to our efforts to foster a safe and predictable maritime domain that deters illicit activity and support legitimate trade. Somalia has already reaffirmed key IMO instruments such as SOLAS and MARPOL and is working toward accession to additional conventions including STCW, SUA treaties, FAL, CORLEC, and the Blast Water Management Convention. We welcome continued IMO cooperation in advancing these important steps. Madam President, in conclusion, Somalia is resolutely returning a new page. Transition is from a country once associated with maritime challenges to a responsible and constructive partner in a global maritime governance. We are committed to protecting our coastal communities, supporting secure and efficient trade routes, and fully honoring our international obligations. My delegation looks forward to a productive deliberations and to continued partnership with IMO and the member states in building a safe, secure, sustainable, and prosperous maritime future for all. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie Monsieur le ministre.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Somalia. And I now give the floor to Mr. Junaid Anwar Chaudhry, Federal Minister for Maritime Affairs of Pakistan. The floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It's an honor for me to address this esteemed gathering at the IMO, an institution that remains central to the safety, security, and sustainability of global shipping. Pakistan deeply values the IMO role in shaping the future of maritime governance, and we stand here today as a committed maritime nation seeking election to the IMO Council in Category C. Pakistan, with coastline of over 1,000 kilometers, is a heart of world's most important sea lanes, connecting the Middle East, Central Asia, Africa, and Indian Ocean region. Over the past year, Pakistan has taken concrete steps in line with IMO Convention and global best practices. Our major initiatives are port digitalization, maritime safety, green port development, and artificial intelligence and enabled port community system. Upgradation of Pakistan Maritime Academy and establishing Pakistan Maritime University, reforming seafarers certification system, and enhancing training standards in the line with the STCW Convention. Strengthening vessel traffic management system, improving marine pollution response capacity, and coastal monitoring in cooperation with national and international partners. Excellencies, Pakistan is advancing its maritime vision 2047 and 2147. And I assure you that all our planning is fully aligned with the IMO's vision and global standards. Madam President, we are equally committed to contributing to the IMO Global Climate Agenda. Pakistan has launched new effort on energy-efficient shipping, marine environmental protection, and green ship recycling, supported by regulatory reforms and international collaboration. Our ship recycling sector at Gadani is progressing towards higher compliance with Hong Kong Convention standards. Excellencies, Pakistan's candidature for Category C is rooted in a simple principle. We want to contribute more to this global community. Our vision is to play constructive, responsible, and forward-looking role in shaping the future of maritime. Pakistan pledges to promote fair global access for developing maritime nations, strengthen sport for seafarers, welfare and training, advocate for greater cooperation on climate matter for coastal and vulnerable island states, advance the IMO mission of safe, secure, and environmentally responsible shipping for all. Excellencies, history shows that real progress is made when nations choose to work together. Let this session be more than just another meeting. Let it become a turning point, a moment where we choose cooperation, innovation, and bold actions. Pakistan is ready to move forward with all our towards a maritime future that is safer, greener, and more prosperous for everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Excellencies. Pakistan remains at your service. Pakistan Zindabad. Thank you very much.
Je remercie, Monsieur.
I thank the Minister of Pakistan, and I now give the floor to Ms. Maryam Krivishvili, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. The floor is yours.
Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of government of Georgia, a maritime nation whose identity and prosperity have consistently been shaped by the waters that connect continents, cultures, and economies. Situated at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, Georgia transcends the definition of a mere Black Sea state. Georgia serves as a gateway, a partner, and a bridge between regions whose futures are increasingly interconnected. Georgia's economy trajectory is outstandingly strong, with an average of real GDP growth rate of 9.8% over 2021 to 2024. This momentum has continued into 2025, with the economy expanding by 7.8% in the first 9 months of the year. This significant growth is substantially propelled by the transport, logistics, and maritime sectors, underlining the critical role of connectivity and strong value chains as the fundamental drivers of our economic prosperity. Today, the world's oceans experiencing unprecedented pressures, ranging from geopolitical shifts to climate-driven disruptions and advancements in maritime technology. Nevertheless, within the IMO, every nation, regardless of its size, possesses an equal voice. This unique balance of interests, where each vote genuinely matters, continues to be one of the IMO's most significant strengths and a key pillar of the global maritime governance. The Black Sea region is experiencing significant transformation. Georgia is committed to ensuring that this space remains defined by cooperation and connectivity, where peace prevails. As value chains across Eurasia experience fragmented and rising costs in recent years, the need for more reliable, interoperable, multimodal routes became clearer than ever. It is precisely in the environment that Georgia's strategic location has assumed even greater importance, offering a shortcut and unhindered maritime access for 8 landlocked countries. The Middle Corridor, linking Europe, Central Asia, and China through the Black Sea and the South Caucasus, has rapidly matured into a reliable and increasingly indispensable trade route. Its significance continues to grow as the global supply chains seek stability and resilience. Georgia's strategic advantage is derived from its integrated multimodal transportation network, which includes modern ports, an expanding railway network, and upgraded highway functioning as one of the integrated systems. Interoperability of these models is key, as it facilitates the efficient movement of cargo between Europe and Asia. In this regard, the Middle Corridor has demonstrated a strong upward trend in cargo flows, reflecting growing international confidence. Georgian ports continue to show solid performance, and in 2025, we are already observing increase in TEU volumes compared to previous year, projecting to pass 700,000 TEU threshold by the end of 2025. This trajectory underscores a fundamental principle: the convergence of predictability, transparency, and connectivity invariably stimulates trade. The Anaklia deep sea port project is a fundamental element of Georgia's long-term strategic vision intended to significantly enhance capacity and establish a new regional logistics ecosystem. This project is designed to attract global investment and strengthen Europe-Asia connectivity via Georgia. Furthermore, launch of the National Maritime Single Window since 2024 has already strengthened and improved the efficiency and transparency of maritime operations. Ladies and gentlemen, Georgia seafarers, more than 20,000 today, are the true ambassadors of our nation on the world's oceans. Their professionalism, competence, and exemplary conduct in emergency situations continue to earn respect globally. With certifications recognized by 74 maritime administrations, including 22 EU member states, Georgia remains fully committed to continue supporting their welfare, training, and labor conditions in line with the highest international standards. Georgia expresses a sincere appreciation to the IMO for its steadfast leadership at a time when maritime governance requires clarity and collective direction. As major global actors reassess their climate policies, the IMO remains the important forum capable of advancing global ambitions without fragmentation. Georgia, therefore, reaffirms its strong support for the IMO GHG strategy and stands ready to work with all member states toward a balanced, realistic, and progressive decarbonization pathway. Distinguished delegates, Georgia stands before you as a committed partner in building a cooperative, interconnected, and resilient maritime future. We believe in an international maritime order grounded in balanced interests, shared responsibility, and respect for all voices. We stand ready as a bridge between continents and a responsible maritime nation to work with every member state to strengthen the global maritime system we all depend on. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Madame.
Thank you very much to the Minister of Georgia, and I would now call on Captain Abdul Latif Mohammed, Minister of State for Transport and Civil Aviation of the Maldives. The floor is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Secretary General, Madam President, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the government and people of the Maldives, I am honored to address this 34th session of the IMO Assembly. As a small island developing state comprised of 1,190 islands scattered across 90,000 square kilometers of ocean, the Maldives is intrinsically linked to the sea. Our prosperity, security, and very existence depend on safe, secure, and sustainable maritime practices. The work of this organization is not abstract for us. It is essential to our survival. We commend the IMO's continued leadership in addressing the environmental effects and climate crisis affecting our oceans. The Maldives strongly supports the 2023 IMO strategy on reduction of greenhouse gases emissions from ships and urges all member states to accelerate implementation. For nations like ours, rising sea levels are not a future threat. They are a present reality. We cannot afford delay in decarbonizing international shipping. The Maldives reaffirms our commitment to maritime safety and security. As a nation dependent on maritime transport for 99% of our trade and supplies, we recognize the critical importance of implementing IMO conventions fully. We have made significant progress in strengthening our maritime administration and continue to work towards ratifying outstanding conventions. We also emphasize the need for enhanced capacity building and technical assistance for small island developing states. The IMO's Integrated Technical Cooperation Program has been invaluable, and we call for its continued strengthening to ensure no nation is left behind in implementing global maritime standards. Finally, we extend our appreciation to the Secretary General, the Secretariat, and all member states for their dedication to advancing maritime cooperation. The MOLDU stands ready to work collaboratively towards a safer, cleaner, and more sustainable maritime future for all. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie Monsieur le ministre des
Thank you very much, the Minister of the Maldives. And I now call on Ms. Marina Hadjimanolis, Shipping Deputy Minister to the President from Cyprus. Floor is yours, Madam.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, Secretary General, dear colleagues, Kalimera, good morning. It is both my honor and a privilege to address, for the second time, the 34th session of the International Maritime Organization's Assembly. The IMO stands as a cornerstone of global maritime governance. The challenges we face, climate change, security threats, technological evolution, demand not only decisive action, but institutional resilience as well. By strengthening its regulatory frameworks, enhancing technical cooperation, and embracing innovation, IMO will adapt to emerging realities to ensure that the organization remains agile, credible, and capable of safeguarding both the maritime sector and the oceans for generations to come. At the heart of our industry are our seafarers, our greatest asset and our shared responsibility. Our seafarers, who we so rightly called key personnel during the recent COVID era, but they are often unseen and unsung. However, they form the backbone of our global trade. We must eliminate unfair prosecution and abandonment. We must safeguard their welfare through training. We must ensure fair treatment and protect them under a culture of inclusion, equity, and diversity at every level. For that, I would like to congratulate the Secretary General of the IMO for his leadership and guidance on this issue. Cyprus will continue to work tirelessly within the relevant bodies of the IMO towards a comprehensive review of the STCW Convention and Code to ensure that our training standards meet the needs of a transforming industry. One of the main foundational principles of IMO is no more favorable treatment. Vessels evading inspections, insurance requirements, or compliance with international conventions undermine our IMO standards. We need to enhance and strengthen technical cooperation and port-state enforcement and eliminate any legal loopholes so that the so-called dark fleet vessels cannot operate anywhere on the planet. Piracy threatens both our seafarers and global trade. We need to expand our network of regional offices and offer additional support to the regional office in Alexandria, which is strategically located to offer technical support in the region. Strengthened intelligence sharing, coordination, and swift prosecution will help secure maritime routes, safeguarding the lifelines of commerce and upholding international law. On climate, international shipping contributes nearly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The MEPC in October session showed how complex consensus can be, but the next 12 months are critical. We must seize this opportunity to finalize a pragmatic legal framework for maritime decarbonization that reflects both ambition, equity, but works for all. After all, one of the main objectives of this effort is to adopt global rules, thereby creating an international level playing field. IMO's World Maritime Theme, Our Oceans, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, reminds us of our duty. Our oceans are our home. I would like to congratulate the government of the United Arab Emirates for the parallel celebration in Dubai, underlining the importance and the essence of our theme this year. The needs of vulnerable states, seas, and LDCs must be one of our priorities. These nations contribute least to climate change, but unfortunately suffer the most. A fair legal structure should not aim to amplify their voices and strengthen their capacities. The BBNJ agreement marks a historic step in global ocean governance, aiming to protect marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, covering nearly 2/3 of the world's oceans. It establishes the world's first comprehensive framework for conserving marine life in areas beyond national jurisdiction under UNCLOS. BBNJ will soon enter into force, underlining our commitment to healthy oceans and reinforcing IMO's role within an evolving architecture of high seas governance. All of these issues cannot succeed without capacity building. We need to increase funding for technical cooperation while further enhancing the efficient management and governance of the IMO. At this moment, I would like to extend heartfelt thanks to the Secretary General for the remarkable administrative reforms and visionary leadership that have revitalized the functioning of the Secretariat. The emphasis on multilingualism and inclusiveness emphasizes and has made the organization more accessible and representative of its diverse membership, while the enhancements to GCs have significantly improved transparency and data-driven decision-making. Cyprus envisions an IMO that is strong, fair, inclusive, forward-looking, and financially healthy. This is what we will jointly work to achieve with all the members of the organization. For that, we are determined, we are united, and we are resolute. Before closing, allow me to thank you in advance for your vote at the coming elections of the IMO Council. Also, it will be my pleasure to host you tonight at our reception. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister from Cyprus, and I now call upon Dr. Rumai Al-Rumai, Vice Minister of Transport and Logistics Services of Saudi Arabia.
Madam President, Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you. First, I would like to congratulate the President and the Vice Presidents, and I wish you the best in your endeavors during the works of the Assembly. As the representative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I am honored to assure you that the Kingdom is present today as a nation contributing to shaping the future of the global shipping industry with a clear vision, confidence, and responsibility, and not merely here as a member state of the organization. And thanks to the Kingdom's strategic location, linking East and West, we have become a growing economic and maritime powerhouse supporting global trade, innovation, and maritime excellence. And since we have acceded to the IMO in 1969, we have always been a committed and responsible state. We have ratified the IMO's core conventions and translated its commitments into tangible achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, The transformation in the maritime sector in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia represent an unprecedented phase in our region, where we work with other member states in order to build a maritime sector that is strong, that is technologically advanced, that is environmentally responsible, that is internationally interconnected, and that strengthens the stability of maritime transport and shipping system. The ports in the kingdom are the most ambitious in the world, where our navigation system is crossing the continents. And those developments are not happening only inside the kingdom, but these also reinforce the international supply chains and reinforce the safety and security of navigation. The role of the kingdom is not only to comply with the standards, but we are also drafting those standards in order to move towards digitalization, environment protection, capacity building, where we are considered the biggest supporters of the IMO's initiatives and technical cooperation projects, because we believe that the progress of all nations will be a progress for the maritime sector in general. And this week, the Kingdom is going to reinforce this direction through new partnerships with the IMO, focusing on seafarers, digital transformation, and academic support for the WMU in Sweden and IMLI as well. And through the Next Wave project, the Saudi-flagged vessels provide chances of training from developing countries and nations, and this will provide practical maritime experience for young men and women, and this will allow them to continue their careers and to always also be able to be employed in the maritime sector. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom's Vision 2030 has established an advanced model for the role of states in the maritime sector. It has extensively invested strategically to develop port infrastructure and to enhance logistics zones, as well as expand its merchant fleet. And thanks to these efforts, the Saudi merchant fleet is now the largest in the region and among the top 20 globally, supported by smart port technologies, advanced maritime services, and extensive global shipping networks. The Kingdom's environmental programs are equally ambitious. Through the Saudi Green Initiative and the Middle East Green Initiative, the Kingdom is working on coast rehabilitation and on designation of vast areas as marine protected areas, and on the implementation of one of the world's largest mangrove restoration programs. All these efforts are not merely symbolic steps taken, but they are rather essential contributions that enhance the health of our oceans and support their sustainability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead, the Kingdom affirms its readiness to strengthen cooperation with the IMO, to support member states, and to continue advancing safety, innovation, sustainability, and capacity building in the global maritime sector. In conclusion, and in light of the role played by the Kingdom and its contributions, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is submitting its application for re-election to the IMO Council Category C for 2026-2027, reiterating its responsibilities and commitments within the global maritime community. Thank you, and may God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you.
Je remercie.
I thank the distinguished minister from Saudi Arabia, and I now call upon Mr. Marco Silvester, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Transport Affairs, United States.
سيد الرئيس، سيد الأمين العام، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السادة ورؤساء الوفود، السيدات
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to congratulate Mrs. Karine de Carnay, the permanent representative of France, on her election as the President of the 34th IMO Assembly. I also wish to congratulate the two Vice Presidents, His Excellency Mr. Hakim Haji, Extraordinary Ambassador and Commissioner from Morocco, and Dr. Iruth Hisham Adam, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of the Maldives. I express my trust that this session will proceed smoothly and successfully under your able leadership. On behalf of Egypt, I'm honored to address this gathering of high-level delegations from the world over. Over 4,000 years ago, the ancient Egyptian wise man said, I quote, "If people come together for a single purpose with pure hearts, the difficult become easy and the good abound." End of quote. This timeless wisdom represents the essence of what gathers us in this distinguished forum today, where the wills of all member states are put together for the promotion of the global maritime cooperation towards safe and sustainable shipping in our seas and oceans, to ensure welfare and prosperity for all the peoples of the world. With its unique strategic position at the crossroads of three continents, and by overlooking both the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, and the ownership of the Suez Canal, which is one of the most important navigational waterways in the world, Egypt has been a central nation in the global shipping system. Despite the recent challenges in the Red Sea area, the Suez Canal has continued its vital role as a main artery of global trade, ensuring a safe and efficient corridor connecting the East and the West, and leading to the stability of navigation and international supply chains. The continuous efforts of the Suez Canal Authority aim to constantly improve the navigational waterway, apply digital transformation, and upgrade the maritime traffic management systems with a view to ensure the safety and sustainability of navigation and to provide the ships with the services they need. Egypt has 19 commercial ports and 36 specialized ones. Currently, we implement a comprehensive national strategy for the advancement of the sector. This involves enlargement works, ports modernization, and the enhancement of their operational capacity, with docks extending to 100 kilometers, reaching up to 118 to 22 meter depth. The strategy also covers the digital transformation of the shipping system through the establishment of the single window and electronic data exchange. On the other hand, artificial intelligence techniques have been integrated in the port management systems in order to improve efficiency, reduce the emissions, in addition to the use of clean energy and low-emission fuels to transition to green ports. The economic zone in the Suez Canal has become a global logistical industrial center comprising renewable energy and green hydrogen projects as part of Egypt's plan to become a global energy hub. Within this area lies Ain al-Sukhna port, the deepest man-made port in the world, reaching a depth of 19 meters. Our ports and container terminals have obtained leading positions in global rankings. East Port Said Port has been ranked the third in the world and the first regionally, according to the World Bank ranking for 2024. This ranking includes the container terminal in Damietta. At the same time, the Alexandria port was listed among the best 100 container ports, according to Lloyd's ranking. Egypt is proud of its active membership in the IMO since its creation in 1958 and its historical membership in its council since 1977. For decades, we have supported the IMO objectives, the promotion of safe and secure shipping, the protection of the maritime environment, and the facilitation of global trade. Egypt has been steadfast in its commitment to constructive work through all IMO bodies and has upheld all its obligations within the scope of IMO's work. We also continue to align our national legislations with the international standards. In this regard, Egypt is honored to present its candidacy for the Council membership in Category C for the period 2026-27 as a testimony of our central role in the international shipping system and as a way to continue the cooperation-based approach, the common responsibility and the collective action to achieve a more safe and sustainable maritime sector. Egypt is pleased to host in Alexandria the IMO Regional Office for the MENA region, which will become a regional platform for technical cooperation and exchange of experiences in terms of maritime safety, the protection of the environment, and capacity building. We also host the Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport, being the regional center of excellence for maritime education and training. The Academy offers advanced programs for workers in the maritime sector from both the Arab and African countries. The government accords great attention to the training and formation of the seafarers to strengthen the shipping industry, while it offers special attention to the rights of the seafarers. This has been demonstrated by joining the Maritime Labour Convention and signing a large number of mutual recognition of certificates agreements. As part of our Agenda 2030, we have launched an action plan known as Egypt Vision 2030, also known as the Sustainable Development Strategy. This strategy promotes an economic growth that is based on social justice, from which all other development plans have proceeded with due regard to the full set of the SDGs, in addition to an adopted mechanism to measure performance and progress. We've achieved tangible progress in terms of gender equality. All related indicators showed good improvements. We are fully committed, on the other hand, to join the international efforts to address climate change. Our 2050 agenda for climate change and strategy has seen the allocation of $1 billion to support a stronger and more climate-adapted Egyptian economy. In our bid to transition to green ports, we have adopted measures to reduce pollution and emissions in the port areas. Major progress has been made in recent years to move to clean energy through significant investments in wind and solar energy. By way of the National Strategy for Low-Carbon Hydrogen, Egypt aims to contribute to up to 8% of the traded hydrogen volume by 2040 through mega projects and international investments. Our collaboration with UN agencies such as FAO, UNDP, and WMO reflects our interest in many maritime-related areas. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt's vision for the future of the maritime shipping rests on sustainability, innovation, and integration. A vision that is anchored in the conviction that the seas and oceans must remain the space for cooperation and peace. Common action is the best avenue to achieve a more safe, efficient, and sustainable maritime future. Let me say in conclusion that peace and integration are the foundation to support the life of all people and the only way for a better future for humanity. In light of the above, Egypt moves forward, calling for peace among the people, cooperation among the nations, and integration among the continents. We will remain a country of peace and a beacon of maritime cooperation. Thank you all.
Parce que j'ai voulu aller trop vite et j'ai sauté.
I'm so sorry I missed out one speaker because I was wanting to go ahead quickly, so I really apologize. I now call upon Mr. Marco Silvestre, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Transport Affairs of the United States.
Good morning.
and thank you, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President, and distinguished delegates. The global shipping industry touches every corner of the globe, facilitating trade and driving prosperity for our citizens around the world. The United States is proud to contribute substantially to the expanding global trade and the prosperity of the shipping industry. The United States recognizes the importance of the IMO's mission to promote safe, secure, and environmentally sound shipping through cooperation. The IMO is a place for all of us, member states, observers, and other stakeholders to come together to address the challenges and opportunities in the maritime domain. As the maritime sector continues to evolve, staying focused on the core work of the IMO is key to the shipping industry's continued success. As a major port, flag, coastal, and trading state, the United States has a vested interest in the success of the IMO's mission. Our maritime transportation system supports $5.4 trillion in economic activity annually and employs nearly 30 million people. This scale underscores the vital role of maritime trade in global economic stability and prosperity. The United States is committed to fostering a thriving international maritime infrastructure that benefits all nations and ensures a fair global market. The United States has been a proud and active member of the IMO since signing the IMO Convention in 1950. We have consistently supported the organization's objectives through financial contributions, technical expertise, and leadership. For example, the United States has contributed more than $8.8 million to the International Maritime Security Trust Fund since 2003. These funds support capacity-building activities, including the implementation of the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, which enhances maritime trade and security worldwide. Additionally, the United States has spearheaded proposals for prioritizing revisions to the Code of Safety for nuclear merchant ships that has led efforts to conduct a comprehensive review of the STCW Code and Convention, ensuring that mariner training and certification standards remain robust and relevant in an evolving maritime environment. Recognizing the growing importance of cybersecurity in the maritime domain, the United States has contributed technical expertise and shared best practices to assist the IMO in creating robust frameworks that address cyber risks. The United States believes in the importance of this organization and the efficiency it provides by ensuring that standards for the shipping industries are fair, effective, universally agreed upon, and universally adopted. We look forward to our continued cooperation with all member states on a full range of IMO issues. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for the United States, and I now would like to give the floor to Singapore for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of Singapore's Transport Minister, Mr. Jeffrey Xiao, and the Singapore delegation, it's our privilege to invite all delegates to coffee break hosted by Singapore. You will be able to enjoy a range of Singapore delicacies, including traditional cakes and a range of coconut-based confectioneries that we call kueh. These often come in colorful assortment, a reflection of the diversity that we treasure and value at international organizations like the IMO. We look forward to welcoming you all at level 1. Thank you.
I thank Singapore And I would ask you to be back at 11:30 after trying these delicious specialities from Singapore.
You think you know who first invented the mirror you look at every morning?
Again, please.
Voilà, j'invite chacun à prendre.
Could everybody please take their seats again?
Et j'invite Monsieur Eduardo.
And I now call on Mr. Eduardo Rixi, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure and Transport of Italy, to take the floor.
Prego.
Excellencies, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, delegates, distinguished guests, buongiorno a tutti. It's a great honor to address this assembly to behalf on the Italian government. Italian strategic location at the very center of the Mediterranean makes the Italian port system a key factor in international maritime affairs. With a long tradition of excellence in shipbuilding, and our industry remains an indispensable factor for innovation in maritime sector. Italian maritime engineering stands at the forefront of innovation, safety, security, and sustainability. Dear colleagues, in line with IMO regulation and standards, Italy has implemented measures with the aim of decarbonizing the sector. We are also investing on new infrastructure to promote onshore power supply, improving the energy efficiency of Italian ports through LNG and cold iron projects. We are an enthusiastic, proactive supporter of IMO action plan targeting maritime plastic debris from ships. When it comes to innovation, we are ready to invest in cutting-edge technologies such as autonomous ships without losing the attention on the human factor in Italian seafarers. Last but not least, let me call the crucial role played by the Italian Coast Guard in SAR activities along the 8,000 of national coast. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Italy strongly supports the role of IMO as a global promoter of a level playing field in the maritime sector. The capacity to share a common vision is necessary to support economic prosperity and reduce tension at the international level. Maritime connectivity remains crucial to navigate the current geopolitical instability. This is why we believe that regionalization must be avoided, especially when it comes to taxation and environmental regulations, such as ETS system, which risk jeopardizing competitiveness of the maritime industry globally. Ladies and gentlemen, Italy's long-standing maritime heritage, commitment to safety, cooperative and positive approach make it an ideal candidate to continue its work on the IMO Council. We are glad to count on your support. Thank you, and I wish you a fair wind. Thanks.
Ringrazio il Vice Ministro.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I now give the floor to Mr. Mukuleko Lengwa, Deputy Minister of Transport of South Africa. The floor is yours.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege to address this esteemed assembly at a time when the global maritime sector is not simply navigating change, but undergoing a profound transformation. And as we gather here in London, the long-recognized historic center of international maritime governance, we do so united by our shared responsibility to safeguard the oceans, strengthen maritime security, and chart a collective path forward to a future that is innovative, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. This past weekend, South Africa had the honor of hosting Africa's first G20 summit. a landmark moment that reaffirmed our collective commitment to global engagement as Africa, as we convened world leaders and bridged perspectives across the global north and south. The success of the G20 demonstrated the willingness of nations to work collaboratively on shared priorities, sustainable development, maritime safety, climate resilience, inclusive growth, and global supply chain stability. We must now build on the gains of that summit, the partnerships formed, the commitments made, and the opportunities identified to strengthen global cooperation in the oceans economy. The spirit of unity and purpose shown at the G20 must inspire our work here at the IMO, where global norms are shaped for the benefit of all of humanity. The maritime world of today reflects the deep shifts occurring across the global system. Geopolitical alignments, supply chain disruptions, and emerging patterns of trade continue to redefine the dynamics of global shipping. Strategic choke points remain vulnerable, competition among major players is intensifying, and economic fragmentation threatens the predictability and efficiency of global commerce. In this context, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that these pressures do not erode the stability, safety, or integrity of maritime transport, which is the backbone of international trade. Simultaneously, climate change has become the defining challenge of our era. Its impact on the maritime domain is immediate and unavoidable. Rising sea levels, stronger storms, and warming oceans threaten ports, coastlines, infrastructure, and the well-being of our seafarers. While momentum behind maritime decarbonization is growing, the implementation gap remains wide, particularly for developing countries that face a disproportionate burden in adapting to new standards and technologies. The global transition must therefore be just, equitable, and properly supported. At the same time, rapid technological advancement is reshaping the maritime landscape. Artificial intelligence, autonomous shipping, and advanced navigation systems and digital logistics are becoming integral to operational efficiency and competitiveness. Digitalization is no longer an advantage, but it is a necessity. But it must unfold in a way that supports all nations, ensuring that innovation becomes a bridge for development rather than a barrier that widens inequality. Meanwhile, maritime security challenges continue to evolve. Piracy, trafficking, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and cyber threats pose persistent risks to vessels and seafarers. Too many maritime workers still face unacceptable dangers, from abandonment to exploitative conditions to exposure to climate-related hazards. Their safety and dignity must remain at the center of the IMO's agenda, for without seafarers, the global economy simply cannot function. South Africa occupies a strategic position at the confluence of two great oceans and along the crucial Cape Sea route, a global trade artery and a critical complement to the Suez Canal. Our ports serve not only our nation, but the entire SADC region, facilitating connectivity, commerce, and economic integration across the region. We continue to develop Africa's blue economy through investments in ship repair, bunkering, port modernization, maritime training, coastal shipping, and marine environmental protection. These national efforts align with the African Union's Aims 2050 and SADC vision for a secure, prosperous maritime development. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, the coming decade will define our collective maritime future, and the IMO must lead boldly. South Africa continues to support a clear, science-based pathway to global decarbonization, a digital, smart, cyber-secure maritime system that is inclusive and equitable, and strengthen seafarer protections, mental health frameworks, and training systems, enhance global cooperation on maritime crime, safety, and ocean protection, and expanded support for developing countries, ensuring that no one is left behind. South Africa stands ready to contribute, to collaborate, and to lead where necessary. Let us now navigate this period of transformation with courage and foresight. Let us build a maritime future that is greener, safer, smarter, and more equitable. And let us strengthen the IMO as an anchor for global maritime cooperation, peace, and shared progress. I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie.
I thank the Deputy Minister of Transport of South Africa, and I now call on Mr. Nguyen Xuan Sang, Vice Minister of Construction of Vietnam, to take the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address this 34th session of the Assembly of the IMO on behalf of the government of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. At our outset, allow me to extend our sincere congratulations to you, Madam President, for presiding over this important section, and to express our deep appreciation to Mr. Secretary General and the IMO Secretariat for their continued dedication to advancing the organization objective of the safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. Vietnam commends IMO's leadership in steering member states towards effective implementation of the IMO 2023 greenhouse gas strategy, the promotion of digital transformation, and global maritime governance. These are vital pillars for resilient, inclusive, and environmentally responsible civil maritime future. In this context, Vietnam is implementing its National Action Plan on green maritime development with a strong focus on energy efficiency, port modernization, and digitalization in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. At a nation level, Vietnam is undertaking a significant legal reform, the development of Amendment Maritime Code. This initiative reflects our determination to enhance maritime safety, environmental protection, and institutional coordination, while ensuring full alignment with IMO conventions and instruments. Especially, we would like to emphasize the most important thing that Vietnam would always like to promote international cooperation through various frameworks, including agreement on the mutual recognition of seafarer certificate, port management, and safety enhancement, as well as active participation in IMO activities, technical cooperation, and capacity building programs. Vietnam firmly believes that the maritime sector shares challenges from decarbonization to digitalization can only be addressed through solidarity, mutual trust, and collective action. We remain fully committed to working hand in hand with IMO and other member states to advance our shared goal towards a safe, secure, and sustainable marine community. In closing, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the IMO Secretariat for its excellent organization of this assembly, and to all the member states for their continued friendship and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur.
Thank you very much to the Vice Minister of Construction of Vietnam, and I call on Mr. Arun Tangarai, Deputy Minister of Transport of Canada. The floor is yours. Ministers, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, President, Secretary-General Dominguez, permanent representatives of the International Maritime Organization, and distinguished delegates and observers. As Deputy Minister of Transport, it is an honour for me to address the 34th session of the Assembly on behalf of Canada. As a proud member of the IMO since 1948, Canada is fully aware of the importance of this multilateral institution in maintaining and promoting the safety and security of maritime transport, thereby protecting maritime personnel both on shore and at sea, and preventing pollution from ships. With a coastline on 3 oceans, the Atlantic, the Arctic and the Pacific, and with navigable waterways such as the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes, maritime transport is one of the pillars of Canada's economy. The total gross tonnage of the Canadian fleet is over 3 million tonnes, and together our ports and ships ensure the transport of around a fifth of our exports, $139 billion in exports, and these exports and imports go through the main ports of Canada, and all these figures show just how essential maritime trade and the work of the IMO are to the Canadian economy. The member states of the IMO have worked together to build a robust international framework which has made maritime transport a vector for reliable and efficient trade. The success of this system has led to the establishment of fundamental requirements in the training of seafarers, the issuance of certificates, and watchkeeping through the STCW Convention. And it has also meant that we can tackle the challenges and that we have also mutual recognition of our certificates and training, and this increases the mobility of our seafarers around the world. And, as I say, it has also meant that we can tackle the challenges linked to pollution from ships through the MARPOL Convention and to enhance the safety of ships in the world's polar regions through the Polar Code. Furthermore, as an Arctic nation, Canada has a special responsibility to protect this region. In the spirit of multilingualism and emphasizing that Canada is a bilingual country with English and French as its official languages, I will now continue my speech in English.
In the coming years, we look forward to working with all member states to advance emerging maritime issues, including both safety, the environment, and security, as the government undertakes efforts to grow and diversify trade. In this respect, port state control is not only an important contributor to the safety of shipping and the well-being of seafarers, but an important building block on the social license that is necessary to build support for projects that will increase Canadian and global trade. This is why Canada will remain fully engaged with the IMO and continue its broad-based program of engagement in the IMO's committees and work to ensure its regulatory regime remains current with the latest developments in safety, security, and environmental protection. Canada will continue to collaborate with counterparts to develop new binding measures to address ship biofouling that will lead to cleaner hulls, reduce drag, and reduce fuel costs and GHG emissions. Canada is proud to support the work of the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean and will continue to collaborate on a new regulatory framework for alternative fuels that will help advance the IMO's GHG strategy. Canada recognizes that technical cooperation is vital to making sure all member states can apply and benefit from the work of the IMO. That is why we will support the implementation of the IMO's capacity development strategy and initiatives to increase the participation of women in the maritime sector. To advance connectivity and embrace technological changes to the maritime sector, Canada will continue to support work to advance the digitalization of this sector through the development of the IMO strategy on maritime digitalization and the non-mandatory MAS Code. We are aware that advancements in these realms will need to be done cooperatively to address existing, emerging, and evolving security issues to the maritime sector. These include cybersecurity, criminality, the dark fleet, and risks to maritime infrastructure. Canada supports continued international commitment and collaboration to address these issues which implicate and affect all member states and industries. In conclusion, Canada will continue to work with the IMO and its partners to ensure the success of this important multilateral institution in setting the standards needed to ensure a prosperous international maritime sector today and tomorrow. I would like to thank you all for your work to advance this vision for a safe, secure, and environmentally sound maritime sector. The mere fact that we have this many participants here in person and virtually is a testament to the importance of this organization. I wish you all a very productive 34th session of the IMO Assembly. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur.
Thank you very much, the Deputy Minister of Transport of Canada. And I now call on Ms. Minna Kivimäki, State Secretary for EU Affairs for the Prime Minister's Office of Finland. The floor is yours, Madam.
Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished fellow delegates, it's a great honor to address the Assembly of an organization that could not be more relevant and important for the world today. Shipping forms the veins of global trade and connects our economies, our nations. Even though dynamics in the world politics change, pandemics and other hardships may have to be endured, maritime transport stays there to serve us all around the planet. That is why we need global regulation for this very global mode of transport. That is why we need the IMO. Dear colleagues, Finland remains strongly committed to the multilateralism and for keeping this organization relevant. The vitality of all this has become even more evident during the last 2 years when we have had the honor to serve in the Council for the first time in more than 2 decades. Finland is very committed to continue this service in partnership with you all, also for the next 2 years in the Council. The industry and the people within, the seafarers, need their main regulator to stay and remain strong, to deliver on its promise of safety, security, and environmental performance of international shipping. Madam President, if the strength of regulation of the IMO and its spirit is one end of our future success, then surely the education of a new generation of seafarers is the other. Because in whichever way we strive to secure, decarbonize and digitalize shipping, it will challenge the education and training of future seafarers in a major way. New skills will be needed, new attitudes and ways of thinking will have to be found all over the world. Dear delegates, shipping in today's world of hybrid threats and substandard practices is in genuine need of quality maritime education, training and education that makes regulation a reality. That is why Finland has made a commitment to give voice to maritime educators and the next generation of seafarers. And we do our very best to live by this commitment, both at home and here in London. And I am happy to inform you that our delegation here this week includes representatives of 5 maritime schools in Finland, and I hope you will have the chance to meet them during the assembly. Fellow delegates, dear friends, to conclude, let us keep this organization strong for effective global regulation, and let us build the next generation maritime transport together. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Madame la
Thank you very much, the State Secretary for EU Affairs of Finland. And I now call on Mr. Datuk Haji Hasbi bin Haji Habibollah, Deputy Minister of Transport of Malaysia. The floor is yours, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. The oceans remain the backbone of global connectivity, resilience, and economic opportunity. With more than 80% of world trade carried by sea, the responsibilities entrusted to this organization are more essential than ever. Malaysia commends the IMO for over 7 decades of leadership in safeguarding a rules-based, predictable and globally harmonized maritime system. Malaysia welcomed the 2023 IMO strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emission from ships. We remain committed to operationalizing this strategy in a manner that is ambitious, technically credible and globally inclusive. Malaysia reiterates that the pathway to the net zero framework must acknowledge the diverse readiness level of member states. A just and equitable transition is not only fair, it is essential for effective implementation. To support this, in 2024 to 2025, Malaysia has contributed financially to the IMO GHG Trust Fund, the Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund, and the SCOPE Project Fund. These contributions are intended to ensure that developing states, including small island developing states and less developed countries, are not left behind. Malaysia is pursuing several key initiatives. Malaysia is developing green bunkering regulatory roadmap with partners, including the Government of Australia, to accelerate alternate fuels and emissions reduction. Malaysia is also reforming comprehensive maritime law through the Malaysia Maritime Law Revision and Reform Committee, incorporating clear provision to support the IMO's GHG ambitions. We are also preparing the Malaysia Maritime Master Plan 2026 to 2040, integrating digitalization, green port system, and enhanced safety measures. And Malaysia is also expanding its green port initiatives, including shore power readiness assessment, vessel efficiency improvement, and strengthened port waste management. These measures reflect Malaysia's conviction that environmental responsibility and national development can progress together. Malaysia's commitment to human capital development remains unwavering. Through the IMO Malaysia Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, the ITCP, we have trained over 700 participants from 70 countries since its inception. In 2024 to 2025 cycle alone, Malaysia sponsored 158 participants from 66 IMO member states, delivering 38 capacity building programs. Malaysia continues to support maritime education globally, sponsoring 8 scholars at the WMU and IMLI in 2024 and 2025, with contribution exceeding USD 500,000 alongside an additional USD 150,000 biennial funding to the IMO ITCP Fund for Sustained Training Initiatives. We also remain strong advocates for gender equality. As Vice Chair of WIMA ASEA, Malaysia supports capacity building and the Pacific Women in Maritime, the PAC-WIMA, MAMLA, and Arab Women in Maritime Association, AWIMA, to expand opportunities for women across the maritime sector. These commitments underscore Malaysia's determination to help build a more skilled, inclusive, and future-ready global maritime community. Situated along the Strait of Malacca, Malaysia continues to invest substantially in navigational infrastructure, maritime surveillance, and cooperative mechanisms. Through the close collaboration with Indonesia, Singapore, and industry partners under the cooperative mechanism, we have strengthened navigational safety and marine environmental protection across one of the world's most strategic sea lanes. Malaysia's port continue to maintain strong regional and global competitiveness. Our Port Klang entered the top 10 of Lloyd's List top 100 ports for the first time, handling 14.64 million TEUs. And also the Port of Tanjung Pelepas, PTP, sustained its global ranking with a 12.25 million TEUs, achieving almost 17% growth. These achievements reflect sustained investment in efficiency, digitalization, and resilient port ecosystem that support global trade. Excellencies, Malaysia is honored to seek re-election to the IMO Council, Category C for 2026 to 2027 term. Malaysia stands ready to continue contributing expertise, dialogue, and leadership to support the IMO's mandate. Excellencies, Malaysia remains deeply committed to strengthening global maritime governance and ensuring that the IMO continues to serve as the anchor of safety, environmental protection, and regulatory certainty for the maritime community. We respectfully and humbly seek the support of all member states for Malaysia's re-election to the Council, and we look forward to working closely with all of you to advance our shared maritime aspirations. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le vice-ministre.
Thank you very much to the Deputy Minister of Malaysia. And I call on Mr. Ibrahim Al-Bakri Nier, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for International Cooperation and Economic Integration of Liberia. The floor is yours, sir.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Honorable Vice President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, I bring you greetings from His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, the President of the Republic of Liberia, and the government and people of Liberia on the occasion of this 34th session of the Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. Madam President, the Liberian delegation congratulates you and the two vice presidents on the occasion of your election to the leadership of this Assembly. Distinguished delegates, Liberia's dedication and commitment to the IMO are mandates, the IMO's core mandates of safety, security, and environmental protection remains unwavering and continues to grow from strength to strength. Liberia continues to demonstrate this through its financial support as one of the highest contributors to the IMO's operational budget over the last 15 years. And Liberia continues to play an active role in the structures of the IMO, from the committees to the working groups. Currently, Liberia has the largest shipping registry in the world with more than 5,000 vessels of 287 million gross tonnage. The Liberia registry remains the registry of choice because of the enforcement of its highest level of safety standards in line with the regulations of the IMO. Ladies and gentlemen, Liberia continues to show leadership in the work of this organization. It was under the leadership of Liberia's leadership of the Marine Environment Protection Committee that the IMO 2023 greenhouse gas emission strategy was unanimously adopted by the member states of this organization. It is along similar vein that Liberia chaired the Committee 2 of the 33rd Assembly session of the IMO in 2023. Liberia's leadership and commitment once again led to the coming into force of the Hong Kong Convention for the safe and environmentally sound recycling of ships. Liberia also acceded to the Maritime Labour Convention of 2006, immediately following its adoption by the International Labour Organization. This further affirms our commitment to the fair treatment and welfare of seafarers globally. Excellencies, I am pleased to also note that our registry, the Liberia International Ship and Corporate Registry, has been actively participating in innovative ship design joint industrial projects with specialized focus on innovative design features, new technologies, alternative fuels to advance the greening of shipping internationally, especially on Liberian-flagged vessels. Liberia has also been championing the work of this noble organization in the African region. We successfully hosted the 8th conference of the African Maritime Association Administrations in Monrovia this year. This conference was attended by more than 200 international delegates from IMO member states and international organizations, including the IMO Secretariat. And at this conference, delegates explored and advanced innovative means of effectively implementing the regulations of this organization. Excellencies, we currently host one of the 5 IMO regional maritime search and rescue centers on the African continent, which provides real-time response to vessels in distress along the softening Atlantic Ocean. On maritime security, Liberia is party to the 2013 Yaoundé Code of Conduct to combat piracy and armed robbery in the Gulf of Guinea, a vital international shipping lane. Liberia shall continue to collaborate with countries within the region to keep this vital international shipping lane safe and secure from acts of piracy and armed robbery. In this respect, the Liberian Coast Guard, in cooperation with the government of Sierra Leone and the French Navy, successfully rescued a fishing vessel within Liberian territorial waters after it was hijacked by pirates within the territorial waters of Sierra Leone in 2023. On maritime education and training, distinguished delegates, Liberia sits on the board of the Regional Maritime University in Accra, Ghana. As a key sponsor of the Regional Maritime University, we shall continue to meet our financial obligations to ensure the provision of quality education and training to seafarers from the African continent for global shipping. We have also invested a lot recently to develop national capabilities for our maritime sector. The Liberian Maritime Authority has enhanced its institutional capacity and has included in its 5-year strategic plan actionable programs for resources and capacity needed to harness the country's blue economic potentials and to contribute to environmental sustainability and improve maritime safety in our region. In this respect, distinguished delegates, the Marine Training Institute has become a post-conflict success story and is now graduating trained seafarers who are being deployed on international vessels. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I wish to assure you of Liberia's fullest cooperation and support as we work collaboratively to advance international regulations to keep our seas and oceans safe and secure and environmentally credible while facilitating international trade. Madam President, Liberia has achieved all of this because of the support and cooperation we have received as a member of Category A in the IMO Council and as an active member of this noble organization. We therefore count on you again to support our re-election to the IMO Council in Category A. And we say this because Liberia is a small country. We do not have a strong military. We do not have a big economy. We rely on multilateral organizations like the IMO to make inputs and contribute to global governance. As such, as the largest international registry, we believe that we should continue to maintain a stake in the governance of the IMO. Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore call on you, on behalf of the President of Liberia and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madam Cyril Beslo Nyanti, to support Liberia's re-election to the IMO Council in Category A. I thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur.
I thank the Vice Minister from Libya, and I now call upon Mr. Rui Paulo de Andrade Teles Carrera, Secretary of State for the Civil Aviation, Maritime and Port sectors from Angola.
Honorable Chair, Madame Marine de Carnet de Tresesson de Côte-Logon, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor to address this assembly on behalf of the Republic of Angola. Allow me to extend Angola's warmest congratulations to the newly elected President of the 34th IMO Assembly, as well as the 2 Vice Presidents. We look forward to work constructively with you throughout this section. Allow me, I take this opportunity to confirm that our country, Angola, reaffirms its commitment to the IMO and to the effective implementation of its conventions and regulations. Our government is advancing important reforms to strengthen the maritime and port sector so it can better support safe navigation, efficient trade, and environmental protection. Earlier this month, from 3 to 10 November, Angola successfully completed the IMO member state audits. We extend our sincere appreciation to the IMO Secretariat and the audit team for the professionalism and cooperative spirit throughout this process. For Angola, the audit is not simply an evaluation. It is a valuable opportunity to consolidate what we have achieved, address gaps, and enhance our capacity to meet our international responsibilities. Looking ahead, Angola seeks to deepen its cooperation with IMO and several areas that are vital for our continued progress. We aim to strengthen our maritime administration and bring our legislation fully in line with IMO instruments. To advance digital modernization through tools such as the Maritime Single Window, to enhance maritime safety by improving aids to navigation, search and rescue capacity, vessel monitoring, and port state control, to reinforce maritime security through stronger coordination among our national institutions and within the Gulf of Guinea, to boost our readiness to prevent and respond to pollution and protect our marine environment, and to develop the technical skills required to meet emerging challenges, including autonomous vessels, the energy transition, and the decarbonization of global shipping. Angola is fully committed to investing in its people, institutions, and infrastructure. Yet, we also recognize that the challenges of the maritime sector require long-term partnership. For this reason, Angola counts on the IMO's continued technical cooperation to ensure that our progress is sustainable, forward-looking, and aligned with international standards. Madam President, distinguished delegates, Angola stands ready to continue working closely with IMO, with member states, and with regional partners. Together, we can build a safer, more secure, and more sustainable maritime sector, one that strengthens Angola's development and contributes meaningfully to the goals of our global maritime community. Thank you for your attention.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I thank the Secretary of State from Angola, and I now call upon Mexico, Mr. Admiral Jose Baradas Cobras.
Thank you very much, President, and congratulations to you and the Vice Presidents on your election. Distinguished Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, Representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address this plenary on behalf of the Mexican state and the Admiral Secretary of the Navy and the National Maritime Authority on the occasion of the 34th session of the IMO Assembly. We are meeting in the midst of an extremely complex and uncertain international moment where the work of this organization is more crucial than ever. And in order to ensure and promote safe, efficient and sustainable maritime transport that facilitates global trade for the well-being and sustainable and inclusive development of all our nations. Mexico is a founding member of the IMO and has participated actively in its council since 1978 and without interruption since 1989. In Category C. We recognize the current challenges facing the maritime sector, and we are working to address them as a responsible player in trade facilitation, maritime safety, and the protection of the marine environment. Proof of this is the adoption in September 2024 of our National Maritime Policy, which by the year 2045 envisages a comprehensive national maritime framework that responds to national maritime interests and is aligned with the United Nations 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, and this in compliance with our international commitments. Mexico reaffirms its conviction that the future of maritime transport rests on three fundamental pillars: sustainability, innovation, and cooperation. First of all, sustainability. True to its international commitments, Mexico ratified the Agreement on the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and we reaffirm our determination to protect marine biodiversity and ecosystems, which are key to food security and to the well-being of millions of people, as well as our commitment to combat marine litter and plastic pollution. We also recognise underwater noise as one of the most serious emerging threats to marine life. And with that in mind, we have joined the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean and are actively collaborating with this organisation's GLOW Noise Partnership. We have also consolidated our regional leadership in the GLOW Fouling Partnerships project and its continuation in the TEST biofuelling project. And we have become a partner country in the second phase of the Green Voyage 2050 programme. Secondly, port innovation and modernisation. Mexico is one of the most successful port models in Latin America, and this shows in the productivity and competitiveness of our national port system, comprising 103 ports and 15 terminals. Our country remains firmly committed to maritime safety, the protection of the environment and operational efficiency through the implementation of international conventions adopted by the IMO, such as SOLAS, MARPOL and the ISPS Code. Within this framework, we are making decisive progress in modernising port and logistics infrastructure. Of particular note is the interoceanic corridor of the Tehuantepec Isthmus, a strategic multimodal platform that will improve connectivity between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. And Mexico will continue to promote multilateral dialogue and international cooperation within the IMO to strengthen the sustainable development of maritime trade in accordance with the spirit of the United Nations, which promotes peace and security, development and human rights. And for this reason, we actively participate in maritime cooperation forums in Latin America and the Caribbean and other regions of the world, promoting the exchange of good practices and the harmonization of standards in the areas of safety and the environment, in line with the strategic objectives of the IMO. These include the Regional Operational Cooperation Network of Maritime Authorities of the Americas, ROCRAM, and the Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control in the Asia-Pacific region, the Tokyo MOU. Distinguished delegates, time is pressing, and I would not want to conclude my speech without acknowledging the leadership of Secretary-General Arsenio Dominguez in guiding this organisation, and in particular his unwavering commitment to multilingualism and substantive equality in the maritime sector, two priorities for Mexico, as well as focus on central issues such as the decarbonisation of this key sector for the global economy. And we are very proud that a graduate of the Veracruzana University of Mexico and someone from Latin America is at the helm of the IMO at an extremely complex time when it is imperative to have strong leadership and build bridges with all member states to promote safer, more efficient, innovative and environmentally friendly maritime transport in the face of a changing world. As our global maritime motto for this year quite rightly says, our oceans, our obligation, our opportunity. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you at our reception this evening. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Admiral Undersecretary of the Navy of Mexico, and I now call upon El Salvador.
I made a speech.
Captain Omar Hernandez, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy.
General Assembly, Vice Presidents of the General Assembly, Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished delegates. Allow me to begin by congratulating Her Excellency the Carnet Trisison of France on her election as a President of the General Assembly in this 34th session. I also extend our congratulations to the Vice Presidents elected for this Assembly. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend the Secretary General, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, for his dedicated work and leadership on the helm of the IMO. He has set an example of the guidance and balance needed to steer this organization an increasingly challenging context in a time marked by uncertainty. It's an honor and privilege for me to address the General Assembly on behalf of the Republic of El Salvador. My country, one of the smallest in the Americas, has undergone an unprecedented transformation over the past 5 years in all areas and all levels. This includes the maritime and port sectors. President Bukele's government has worked tirelessly to revitalize this sector and give it the recognition it deserves. As evidence of this commitment, we have taken important and concrete steps toward strengthening our legal and institutional framework in maritime affairs, developing maritime transport and adapting it to growing international needs. Giving El Salvador a strategic position in the heart of the Central America, President Bukele's administration has made significant investment in this area in recent years, marking a milestone in our nation's history. As an example of these efforts, I highlight the acquisition of new port operating equipment, the second phase of the container yard expansion, and rehabilitation of the docks at the port of Acajutla. Furthermore, through the Pacific Port Union, $1.6 billion will be invested jointly with the Turkish company Gilport, with the fair phase involving an initial investment of $50 million in plan for the construction of a new dock. Other advances are linked to the approval of the Action Plan on the Facilitation Convention and its amendment, which emerged from a national workshop organized by the IMO and the Central American Commission for Maritime Transportation, COCATRAN. This plan focuses on activating the maritime single window for the national port system, ensuring facilitation of the berthing and departure process for maritime transportation. Following this effort, we have achieved an estimated 70% progress in harmonizing our maritime procedure with the standards established by the FAO Convention. This progress reflects the country's commitment to modernization, transparency, and the effective facilitation of maritime transportation. It's also important to note that El Salvador has benefited from the IMO's Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, and we hope that the renewed moment of this initiative will continue to have a positive impact in our country on the entire Rockland Sea region. In the field of maritime security, 2025 stands out as one of the most successful years in the fight against transnational organized crime, particularly in countering drug trafficking along the Pacific coast. These efforts are led by the Salvadorian Navy, which carry out maritime interdiction operations at distance of up to 1,000 miles offshore. Notably, between 2024 and the present, El Salvador has seized 39.2 tons of cocaine, valuing $981 million from criminal organizations operating by sea. These actions are saving lives around the world and making the seas safer and more prosperous. That is a firm and decisive commitment from President Bukele to the international community. In the multilateral sphere, El Salvador has participated more actively in meetings and workshops organized by the IMO in the Central American region. This reflects in our country's accession to the amendment to the IMO Convention, in the audit carried out in our country this year, and in our proud celebration of the various international days established by the organization. Nowadays, we cannot deny that all countries face shared challenges and threats in the maritime sector, and we fully recognize the global yet differentiated responsibility we have. Finding global solutions is a real challenge, especially when each country experiences the impact in different ways. For this reason, it's essential to break down barriers, deepen cooperation, support technology transfer and training without leaving anyone behind. Finally, El Salvador reaffirms his commitment to multilateralism, and in a particular to the International Maritime Organization, as we continue working towards safe and sustainable maritime transport for all. Thank you so much for your attention. Fair winds and following seas.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I thank Commander-in-Chief of the Navy of El Salvador, and I call upon Mrs. Essa Al-Malek, Advisor to the Minister for Maritime Transport Affairs, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure from the United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
Excellencies, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Madam President Marine Descarnets, President of the 34th session of the Assembly of IMO, dear colleagues, may God's mercy and peace be upon you. At the outset of my remarks, I convey to you the apologies of His Excellency Suhail bin Mohammed Al-Mazrou'i, Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, for his inability to attend due to prior commitments. And I am pleased to extend my sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Ms. Marine Descarnets on her election as President of the 34th session of the Assembly of IMO, and to congratulate as well the two Vice Presidents, while expressing my deep appreciation to His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan for his distinguished leadership during the previous session. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is taking place at an unprecedented stage of transformation in the global maritime sector, a stage that compels us to move quickly and to create a practical balance between development paths, climate commitments, and the demands of the global economy. In this context, the UAE believes that the future of the maritime industry will be built through the ability to innovate and to accelerate digital transformation, to enhance the resilience of maritime systems and ensure their readiness to face increasing risks, especially cyber risks, which have become part of the global maritime security equation. Hence, the UAE supports efforts aimed at updating the organization's regulatory framework, adopting advanced digital tools, including autonomous vessels, as well as mandatory electronic data exchange, and raising the level of operational efficiency globally. Excellencies, equally important, climate action is a vital and inseparable axis for the future of international shipping. The updated 2023 strategy for reducing GHG emissions from ships has laid the foundation for a profound transformation path that requires viable solutions, sustainable financing, and the ability to adopt low-emission technologies and fuels in a gradual and realistic manner. And based on its national commitment to climate neutrality by 2050, the UAE affirms that decarbonizing the marine sector must proceed steadily, maintaining a smooth flow of global trade, supporting economic growth, and paving the way for innovative solutions resulting in tangible change. With every step in this transformation, human beings remain the most important and influential element in the future of this sector. Seafarers and maritime personnel are the foundation of the global economy, and they are the ones who maintain the flow of trade across the seas despite the challenges. Therefore, the UAE calls for serious investments in upskilling and qualified capacity building to keep pace with advanced technologies and to create a work environment based on fairness, empowerment, and equal opportunities, reflecting the spirit of inclusivity upon which the international maritime sector is based. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, implementation remains the cornerstone that determines the success of every international effort. Since the establishment of the IMO, a broad system of standards and treaties has been formed. However, the strength of the system is only realized when member states are able to implement it effectively and align it with their national priorities. Accordingly, the UAE was among the first countries to call during the previous session for the development of a comprehensive capacity building strategy, because this will help the capacity of SIDS and LDCs to take into consideration their commitments and to advance the 2030 agenda for sustainable development and ensuring that no country is left behind. We also emphasize the importance of strengthening coordination among UN agencies to ensure the integration of international efforts that will yield tangible and effective results. Distinguished delegates, the UAE views international maritime action as a partnership and shared responsibility. And thus, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to support the efforts of the IMO to promote joint action and to build partnerships capable of making a real difference in protecting the marine environment, to ensure the safety and security of navigation, and to develop the capabilities of nations towards a more resilient, efficient, and sustainable marine future. In conclusion, we wish you every success in your session, and we look forward to delivering deliberations that will yield decisions and results that will have a tangible impact on the global maritime sector and will present clearer steps towards a sustainable future whose benefits will be reflected on all countries and peoples. And may God's peace, mercy, and blessings be upon you.
Je remercie Madame la
Thank you for Madame Al-Malek, advisor to the Minister for Maritime Transport Affairs. And I would like to thank all this morning's speakers for being so concise. And during lunch, we will have a presentation. Perhaps we could ask the interpreters for another 3 minutes so that the countries which would like to present the events which are going to take place during the lunch break could say a few words about them. Egypt. I give the floor to Egypt.
Vous l'avez demandé, je ne sais pas si l'Égypte souhaite s'exprimer.
Egypt, would you like to say a few words?
Madam President, my delegation is honored to invite all the member states to attend a presentation on women empowerment in Egypt. The empowerment in Egypt has begun long ago, and this will take place after lunch in order to allow you enough time to enjoy your meal.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to the Bahamas.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Egypt. We do invite all delegates to the delegate lounge for lunch. We have some delights of the Bahamas. Please join us and enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And je donne la parole maintenant aux Pays-Bas.
I now give the floor to the Netherlands. Please don't leave. Please don't leave yet.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Your endurance has been tested this morning, having to listen to many inspiring statements, and will be further tested with the prospect of another afternoon packed with statements. So I think that you all deserve a break and taken care of, and therefore it is my pleasure to invite you to the network reception of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, starting right now in the Garden Museum, just a few minutes walk from here on Lambeth Palace Road, outside the building to your right, just on the other side of the intersection. The reception will be hosted by our Minister, Mr. Robert Tiemann, on the occasion of our candidacy for Council Category B. We look forward to meet you all there. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, and see you all at 2:30.
You think you know who first invented
Hello, good afternoon. May I have your attention, please?
Turn on the speakers, otherwise people, we will turn on the speakers in the room. So
Shall I start or?
if you want to wait 2 minutes, my colleague will go turn it on so
Yes.
people here can hear that something
Yeah,
is going
exactly,
on. Otherwise
exactly.
they couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Testing. Testing.
Hello, good afternoon. May I have your attention, please? We are going to give a presentation right now. Okay, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to introduce myself to you. My name is Sally Bahgat, and I work for the Ministry of Transport, the Egyptian Ministry of Transport, Maritime Transport Sector. And at the same time, I also study Egyptology and ancient Egyptian civilization because I believe that the most important knowledge that people can gain is to know the history and the civilization of their own countries. It helps us to know who we are, and it also shapes our future. And if some of you remember that I gave a presentation last time about shipping in ancient Egypt and how ancient Egyptians pioneered the maritime activities since the beginning of the history. And today I'm going to give another presentation on a different topic. It's also one of the important concerns of the IMO and one of the important concerns of most of the countries right now, which is the empowerment of women and gender equality. Because we all know that empowerment of women and gender equality started to be one of the aims and the goals of the Sustainable Development since 2015, when the United Nations adopted them among the Agenda of 2030, and then the United Nations included them among the Sustainable Development Goals. And actually, the empowerment of women and gender equality, this direction is not new at all in Egypt, because this started long time ago, 5,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, when most of the women, they had rights and they had freedoms. And these rights of freedoms were very powerful, more than other societies and other civilizations at the same time. And women, they had rights and freedoms that other women in other societies wouldn't gain thousands of years later. So what were these rights and freedoms? So first of all, gender equality. So women were totally equal to men. There were no difference between a man and woman in ancient Egypt. And also, they were not forced to get married or to get divorced. So any ancient Egyptian woman had the right to choose her husband and also to divorce him if she doesn't want to continue life with him. And this is a very high level of equality in one of the ancient Egyptian civilization, which is ancient Egypt. And also they had the access to get educated. They can get educated, they can also hold high position in the society. They were independent women. So ancient Egyptian women were fully independent. They can manage their own business, they can own a land, they can own a ship and manage the work on this ship or the navigation of this ship. So they were totally independent women in ancient Egypt. Also, they were not passive figures on the walls of monuments, because representing persons on the walls of monuments like tombs and temples was something very important in the ancient Egyptian art. And they expressed the importance of the person through the size. So women at the time, they were depicted at the same size of men. Here we can see an example. So here, this is a statue for a prince called Ra-Hotep, and that's his wife, Nofert. Nofert means the pretty one, okay? And here we can see both of them are depicted in the same size. So the woman is not depicted in a smaller size or anything. So Nofert, she was responsible for the servants and attendants in the royal palace. And she also was responsible for the provisions in the royal palace. So she held an important position in ancient Egypt. And these two statues are now on display in the Egyptian Museum. And by the way, when the workers discovered these two statues, they thought they are still alive because of the inlaid eyes. I don't know, you can see the inlaid eyes. They thought they are still alive, so they run away from the statues because of the high level of perfection of these two statues. So here we can see Nofert. She's seated in full dignity next to her husband, and she's not depicted in a smaller size. So the women in ancient Egypt, they held a very high power that enabled them also to be rulers, to be called the queens of Egypt. So, for example, from the Archaic periods, when we say the Archaic periods, we mean the first two dynasties in ancient Egypt, because the ancient Egyptian history, it was divided by historians into 30 dynasties, okay? So when we say the first and the second dynasties, we are talking about the beginning of the history. So we have two women who ruled at the beginning of the history. The first queen, known as Nit Hatib. So Nit Hatib, she's considered the first female in the world to govern a country. Nit Hatib, she ruled as a regent for her son. She was the wife of the first king in ancient Egypt, known as King Narmer. And when he died, his son was very young to become a king. So that's why Nit Hatib, she saved the situation, and then she ruled for 1 year till her son reached the age, and then he started to rule and to be the second king of Egypt. So by this way, she's considered the first female in the world to govern a country. Also, we have another queen known as Merit Nit, also from the Archaic period, and she followed the same policy of Nit Hatib. Also, her husband died, and the son was so young, so she ruled as a regent for 15 years. And then the son started to rule. And then we have in the Middle Kingdom, we have a very important queen known as Sobek Nefru. Sobek Nefru, she's the first independent queen in the world. What do I mean by independent? That she didn't rule for her son, but she ruled by herself, because after the death of her father, he was a king called Amenemhat III. When he died, there was no male heir to rule. So she found herself in front of a very critical situation, and she had to take an action. So she ruled for 4 years, and she adopted the royal titles and regalia of the kings, including wearing both male and female symbols of power. When she died, everything collapsed. Egypt entered into the second intermediate period, and that was a state of chaos. And then foreign tribes wanted to invade Egypt after the death of Sobek Nefru, known as the Hyksos. And Egypt was in very bad state. Then a very strong family appeared to save Egypt, and one of the members of this family, known as Queen Ahotep. Queen Ahotep, she managed everything while her husband and her son were fighting in a war against the foreign tribes known as the Hyksos, and both of them died. And then she found herself in a very hard situation with a younger son, and what exactly she did, that she didn't surrender, and she ruled for her son, and she united all the soldiers and the army. And then when her son started to reach the age, he ruled with the soldiers, that because she managed everything for her son and she managed the affairs of the country. And then her son started to rule, and he defeated the Hyksos and drove them out of Egypt. And then Ahmose, he wrote in the ancient Egyptian text, he made a stela for his mother, and he wrote that she's the one who united the officials, protected the country, and restored peace in Egypt. So that's why Ahotep, she's considered one of the most powerful queens in ancient Egypt. Here we can see the sarcophagus of Queen Ahotep, and here the jewelry of her on display in the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. Also, we can't talk about the empowerment of women and we don't mention Queen Nefertiti. Queen Nefertiti, she was very pretty, and also she was so powerful because she ruled as a co-ruler with King Akhenaten. King Akhenaten, he was one of the kings in the 18th dynasty from the New Kingdom. And together, they ruled together and made a religious revolution because they refused the polytheism and they believed in the monotheism. So, and this was the first time that a king orders all people to worship only one God. And he depicted this God in the form of the sun and called him Aten. So this is the first time to create to recognize the monotheism in the ancient Egyptian history. So Nefertiti, she supported these beliefs of Akhenaten, and she ruled with him. And they together, they promoted for the worship of a single deity, and they moved from the capital at the time, which was Thebes or Luxor. They moved from Thebes to another place called El-Minya, now called El-Minya, known as Tal El-Amarna. And they erected the religious center for the sun deity there. Actually, Queen Nefertiti, she was usually depicted in the same size of King Akhenaten. And also, she was depicted in a very famous motif to the men, which is smiting an enemy. So here we can see Queen Nefertiti, she's smiting an enemy, and this is something was reserved only for men. And this proved how powerful she was and how she ruled with King Akhenaten. Here we can see her depicted in front of Akhenaten. This is Nefertiti, and this is Akhenaten. They are depicted in front of each other. She's wearing the crown, similarly like the king. And here also they are both worshipping the god Aten. So when we talk about Nefertiti, we can't forget the bust of Nefertiti. It's so beautiful, like you can see. And this bust, it was discovered in 1912 by a German archaeologist known as Ludwig. And when Ludwig discovered this statue, he wanted to write a note about the statue in his diary, like a short description or something. And he didn't know what exactly to write, so he wrote, "Description is useless, you must see it." And I do confirm that description is useless and you must see it because it's so pretty, and it's over 3,000 years old. And when you see it, you feel like it just has been made 3 days ago, not 3,000 years ago. And when they made modern CT on this statue, they found that there is another layer of an old face with another facial features beneath to show the wrinkles and the facial folds, because the artist wanted to give a very realistic image for the queen. And that's why he made 2 layers. So the outer layer that you can see, and also the one beneath to give a realistic image of the king. And now it's on display in Berlin, in the Neues Museum, and it is considered one of the most famous and the most photographed artifacts in the world. Also, ancient Egyptian women, they were not just queens, but also they were goddesses. So ancient Egyptians, when they wanted to represent some morals and some ethics, they represented them in the form of women. So for example, here we have the goddess Ma'at. Ma'at, she was the goddess of justice in ancient Egypt. And Ma'at, she was not only a goddess, she was a concept of the universe, because they believed that without Ma'at, the universe will be a chaos, and that this is the order of the universe, and that the king, when he started to rule, he has to uphold Ma'at. And they called him the Lord of Ma'at. So Ma'at was a very important concept in ancient Egypt, and they represented Ma'at like a woman with a feather. This is the feather of justice. And she was the symbol of truth, justice, harmony of the universe, and balance. Also, Isis, or we call her in Arabic Isis. Isis also was very famous, one of the famous goddesses in ancient Egypt, and it represents protection and power. So when they wanted to represent protection and power, they selected a woman to depict this. Her name means the throne, and that's why she's always depicted with the throne here, because they wanted to show that Isis, she's the seat of power for the king. And she's like a protective device or something to protect the king. So ancient Egyptians, they called upon her for healing, childbirth, and protection. So they wanted to show that the faith in a female power was deeply rooted in daily life. Also, we have the goddess Seshat. Seshat, the word Seshat, it comes from the verb sesh in ancient Egypt. It means to write, because they believed that Seshat, she was writing everything happening on earth and in heaven. She was the goddess of knowledge, writing, wisdom in the ancient Egyptian religion. So when the ancient Egyptians wanted to represent justice, protection, wisdom, knowledge, they introduced them in the form of a woman. And in the maritime field, we can't forget Hatshepsut, Queen Hatshepsut. She was one of the most powerful rulers in the ancient Egyptian history. Queen Hatshepsut, she ruled during the New Kingdom in the 18th dynasty as well. And her name means the foremost of noble ladies. She was the 5th ruler of the 18th dynasty. And Hatshepsut, actually, she ruled by diplomacy and in a very smart way. Okay, she didn't want to go through any kind of war in ancient Egypt. And she ruled for 21 years. Her reign was marked by stability, prosperity, and major building projects instead of war. So she proved that the royal power depended on wisdom and leadership, not on being a man. She wanted to say that it's not necessary to be a man to achieve good things and to make huge projects and such things. So Queen Hatshepsut, because she ruled through diplomacy and trade, not war, that's why she arranged the famous maritime expedition of Punt, which is considered not the first expedition in the world, but the first recorded expedition, because Queen Hatshepsut recorded that on the walls of her temple in El Dir al-Bahari in Luxor. Here we can see, we can call it the first stevedore process in the world, because here we can see the people are loading the products from the land of Punt. So they sailed through the Red Sea. And here the artist wanted to show the Red Sea through the different kind of fish that you can see down here, which is not in the Nile River, but in the Red Sea. So that's why the artist depicted these kind of fish to show that this is happening in the Red Sea. So they sailed through the Red Sea and reached the land of Punt, which is near to Eritrea or Ethiopia nowadays. And they brought exotic products from there, like trees, incense and such things, ivory, ebony and such things. And here we can see they are loading the products. And here, this is the full scene. So here you can see the different kind of fish, and the people are loading and sailing in the Red Sea. This is the original wall from the temple. So here we can see the ships. And here, this is the temple of Queen Hatshepsut in Luxor, known as Dir al-Bahari. Queen Hatshepsut also made something very smart, that she constructed a specific type of ships to transport 2 huge obelisks from Aswan to Luxor, to erect them in Karnak Temple in Luxor. So these ships, it was something like she's creating a fleet. So here we can see very long and specialized kind of ships to include the 2 huge obelisks. Here you can see the obelisk. 2 huge obelisks, and this was something extraordinary during her reign, that she's moving these blocks through the Nile for miles from Aswan to Luxor to erect them in Karnak. So we're talking about these things happening 5,000 years ago, so it's something that we cannot believe. Not only Hatshepsut, who gave attention to the maritime activities, because this was something, sailing was something very essential in ancient Egypt, because the Nile River, it served as the main highway, was connecting Upper Egypt to Lower Egypt. So Lower Egypt, it was in the delta, and Upper Egypt down, where Luxor and Aswan is. So connecting Upper Egypt to Lower Egypt, this was something very important. Because before the history, these 2 lands were separated. And then when the history started, they unified these 2 lands and they became only one country. So the River Nile was the artery of life, and they used it as a main gateway to connect Upper to Lower Egypt, facilitating movement not only of people, but goods and agriculture products. And also they navigated through the Red Sea, like I have just mentioned, and they made expeditions to Punt and Lebanon to bring different kind of woods, and also to Crete. And also they pioneered the construction of ships. So here you can see this is the first shipyard in the world. So here we can see the people are engaged in building the ships. And this is one of the cargo ships dating back to the New Kingdom. Here we can see the captain, and here the crew. This is as depicted in one of the tombs of the nobles in Luxor, known as Hoi. So this is from the tomb of the Viceroy Hoi. So they gave attention to the maritime activities, and women were not just passengers. They participated, they joined everything. So here we can see a very expressive example of a cargo ship. And here we can see two women are responsible for navigation. So one here and one there. And down here we can see another woman, she's feeding her baby. So this is very expressive example of how women managed everything, and they joined in sailing and navigation as well. This scene is from a tomb in an area known as Saqqara in Cairo. And it dates back to the 5th dynasty. So we're talking about not the new kingdom, which everything reached to the peak. No, we're talking about the old kingdom, because the history is divided into three main kingdoms: Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and New Kingdom. So Old Kingdom was the beginning. So this scene dates back to the Old Kingdom. So, and when we see women participating in these activities since Old Kingdom, this is something really unbelievable. And this is a fishing boat, also from the Middle Kingdom, showing a group of people are engaged in different activities. And here in the middle, we can see only one woman participating, and she's holding a bunch of fish here, if you can see. So everything started in Egypt. Everything began in Egypt. When we say Egypt, where it all begins, we mean it. I'll show you now a short video. This video, it was made by Dr. Khalid Al-Anani when he was the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities to celebrate 200 years over the science of Egyptology. But it shows you how everything started from Egypt.
You think you know who first invented the mirror you look at every morning? Makeup that highlights your beauty. The sandwich you take with you everywhere. Perfume that gives you character. The calendar you'd be lost without. Prosthetics that complete you. The flute that moves your emotions. Paper and ink for documenting history. It doesn't end there. Writing tools, measuring tools, surgical tools, and even mathematics that gives you the power of knowledge. Who do you think pioneered all of this? It all began with one civilization. The same civilization that introduced grand architectures, astronomy, and even the oldest peace treaty. The list goes on and on and on. This is the Egyptian civilization, a civilization so great that a science was created after it. For the past 200 years, Egyptology revealed countless secrets and discoveries of more than 5,000 years of history, and more is yet to come. This is Egyptology, 200 years of science in the making.
So when we say Egypt, where it all begins, we truly mean it, because many firsts in history started in Egypt. So the world's first queen was in Egypt. The first woman to participate in maritime activities was also in Egypt. The first boat, the first ship, the first sail, the first oar, the first harbor, the first maritime expedition, and also the first lighthouse all began in Egypt. So empowerment of women started in ancient Egypt from the very beginning. And ancient Egypt embraced the idea of empowerment of women as something natural in life, not as a concern, not as a goal to be achieved. And today, in 2025, women make 62% of Egyptian diplomats and 20% of ministries. In the maritime sector, women now work as ship captains, maritime officers, maritime engineers, and administrative staff, constituting 18% of workforce. And here you can see some photos of the Egyptian women participating in maritime activities. Thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Tani from Australia. My question is pure personal interest. I really enjoyed your presentation about Egyptian women throughout history. Do you have any books or any lecturers or professors who specialise in this that you can recommend to the audience? Thank you.
A comprehensive book about everything in Egypt, or women in history in Egypt. Yes, I would recommend a book. I have many books about women here. This one. Yeah. This one, it's very good, talking about women in general in ancient Egypt. Yeah, take your time, it's okay. Any other questions or inquiries? Even in general, so not specific about women, but even in general about anything in ancient Egypt.
Thank you. I'm Monaco, I'm here.
Yes, where?
No, on the other side.
Yeah.
Hello. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting, and surely you must be a descendant from these women, because you were strong in a rather noisy audience. I have a specific question. It's not about women, but I've seen during the film a winged scarabee, and I was wondering if you knew the signification of this winged scarabee, because I have a medal that
the scarab.
Yeah, and the scarab.
Yes, it's they believe that this scarab, it gives life, or it was the symbol of rebirth. Because the waist of the scarab, it resembles the sun disk. So they believe that this scarab, it's a symbol of rebirth and that it brings luck, good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you so much for your attention, and I'm so glad that you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you.
Right, can you hear me? Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Can you hear?
No.
No, nothing.
Yeah.
Testing, testing.
Yeah, I can.
sorry.
Prière de regagner vos places.
Can I ask you all, please, to take your seats again? Can I call the meeting to order? Thank you. Thank you all very much. This afternoon we will continue with the general statements in the order previously advised, and I'd like to remind Assembly that speeches should not exceed 5 minutes so as to allow all speakers who may wish to address the meeting time to do so. The timing device on the lectern will inform speakers of the time they have left to speak. And I am now going to call Madam Jo Beth Colby-Davis, Minister of Energy and Transport, to come up to the podium.
Secretary General, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the government and the people of the Bahamas, I extend warm greetings from our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to present the Bahamas' candidacy for re-election to the IMO Council Category C for the 2026-2027 biennium, a role we have proudly held since 1999. Madam Chair, the Bahamas boast a rich maritime legacy and a long-standing tradition of hospitality. Each year, nearly 12 million visitors are drawn to our islands, captivated by our vibrant culture and pristine beaches, with the vast majority arriving by cruise ship. The ports of Nassau and Freeport serve as vital hubs for cruise, container, repair, petroleum products, transshipment, and bunkering operations, underscoring the Bahamas' prominence as a strategic maritime nation. Preserving our oceans is fundamental to our national identity, and the theme of this year's World Maritime Day, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, echoes our core beliefs. It not only highlights the necessity of safeguarding the marine environment and its natural beauty, but also emphasizes the significant opportunities the ocean presents to the global economy. The Bahamas remain actively engaged in advancing maritime security, notably through our long-range identification and tracking of ships' data center. We readily share this essential data with any international naval force or government dedicated to combating piracy and illegal activities at sea. Chair, the challenge of capacity development, education, and training persists, not just for the Bahamas, but for the maritime sector worldwide. We are honored to serve on the Executive Board of Governors of the World Maritime University, bolstering our commitment to these priorities. Within our nation, the Bahamas is home to several STCW-approved training institutions, as well as the Bahamas Maritime Cadet Corps, through which we inspire an ever-increasing number of Bahamian students to pursue rewarding careers in shipping. Madam Chair, even as we celebrate International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women today, we take particular pride in advancing gender equality in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5. This commitment is evident in the growing percentage of female graduates from the Bahamas Maritime Cadet Corps. We will continue to champion the IMO's annual International Day for Women in Maritime. Across the region, the Bahamas plays a leading role in the Caribbean Port State Control Committee. In summer 2024, we had the pleasure of welcoming delegates from 20 nations to Nassau for the committee's 29th session. Thanks to the rigorous Port State Control Inspection Program conducted by the CMOU, the Caribbean is able to ensure that all foreign vessels entering our water comply with international maritime conventions. The Bahamas has consistently ranked among the world's 10 largest flag states for many years, making us a significant contributor to the IMO budget. Our unwavering commitment to safety, security, and environmental stewardship has earned us an outstanding reputation in port state inspections. We are regularly recognized as one of the highest ranked flags on the Paris and Tokyo MOU whitelist. Secretary General, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in closing, I offer my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to address this assembly and for your steadfast support of the Bahamas in our work on the Council. As a small island developing state and home to one of the world's largest ship registries, the Bahamas values its place on the Council immensely. We remain dedicated to working collaboratively with the IMO Secretariat, fellow delegations, and our partners in the maritime industry to uphold the highest standards of maritime safety and security, environmental protection, and seafarer development and welfare. Guided by our motto, collaboration and cooperation, I respectfully seek your support for our candidacy in this week's elections, a nomination proudly endorsed by the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, and I thank you.
Je remercie Madame la
Thank you very much to the Minister of the Bahamas, and I now call Her Excellency Mrs. Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica.
Madame la Présidente, Secretary General, Ministers, delegates all, I bring you warm greetings and just a little bit of sunshine today from Jamaica. And I commend you, Madam President and Mr. Secretary General, on your work as we undertake this 34th regular session of the International Maritime Organization Assembly. Excellencies, I am participating in this meeting at a most difficult time for Jamaica, demonstrating our commitment to this organization even as we respond to the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Melissa, one of the strongest Atlantic storms ever measured. At its Category 5 peak, Melissa swept across the western half of Jamaica on October 28th, causing not only tragic loss of lives and livelihoods, but physical damage preliminarily estimated at approximately $8.8 billion United States dollars, or 44% of the country's GDP last year. The shipping sector was not spared its effects, but we are truly proud of the resilience demonstrated in our seaports, cargo, and cruise infrastructure. Not only was the port of Kingston open the day after the hurricane, and the northwestern terminals responsible for fuel open in less than 1 week, but less than 1 month later, the Montego Bay port is also fully operational, and 2 out of 3 cruise ports on the North Coast have warmly welcomed cruise ships. Despite the challenges, of which there are many, Jamaicans are strong and resilient people, and we're grateful for our strong international partnerships and our strong connectivity. As our renowned musical icon Bob Marley once said, every little thing is going to be all right. Excellencies, Hurricane Melissa has highlighted the importance of action to address climate change. This is a matter not for debate for us, but of our lived reality. Particularly for small island developing states, it's important, as despite being minimal contributors to greenhouse gases, we remain disproportionately affected by the increasing frequency and severity of storms. It also reaffirms our commitment to the work of the IMO at hand and has reinforced the importance of Jamaica's maritime sector, as it has been playing a critical role in relief and recovery efforts, as well as ensuring continued economic activity. Excellencies, next year, Jamaica will celebrate 50 years of membership to the IMO. We remain as committed today as we were at the start to the organization's goals to promote safe, secure, environmentally sound, efficient, and sustainable shipping. Over the years, we've participated actively in the work of the organization and have taken a balanced view of the position of all members of all sizes of the IMO, while ensuring that the interests of the Caribbean, SIDS, and LDCs are adequately represented. We've successfully implemented many global projects aimed at preserving and protecting our oceans. We've ratified all the major IMO instruments governing maritime safety, security, and pollution prevention. Jamaica is pleased to host the Secretariat of the Caribbean Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control. as well as the Women in Maritime Caribbean Association Secretariat. We have also been producing exemplary standard seafarers for the global shipping industry through the Caribbean Maritime University, the only institution in the English-speaking Caribbean accredited by the IMO for the training of officers. We're also pleased to advise that 1/3 of this university's cohort is now comprised of women. Jamaica serves on the IMO's panel of competent persons established under the STCW Convention, has served as chair of the III subcommittee, and continues to make available auditors to support the IMO's member state audit scheme. Jamaica is also a lead partner in the IMO FAO Glow Litter project to reduce marine plastics from shipping and fishing sectors. Excellencies, Jamaica, as a CARICOM-endorsed candidate for Category C, would greatly appreciate the opportunity to continue to contribute to the goals of the IMO through the work of the Council. We therefore crave your invaluable support for Jamaica's bid for re-election to Category C of the Council this Friday. Thank you so much for your attention. One love.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much to the Minister. And again, we extend condolences to the victims in the Bahamas, Jamaica and elsewhere as a result of the hurricane. And I now call on Mr. Li Yang, Vice Minister of Transport for China.
Madam President, first, I would like to congratulate you on your election as the President of this Assembly. We just heard the comment and the speeches from the two beautiful ladies from the Caribbean area, and now I'm from Asia. Your Excellency, Secretary General, Ministers and distinguished delegates, since last Assembly, the International Maritime Organization has carried out a series of fruitful initiatives and achieved new progress in global maritime governance. On behalf of the Ministry of Transport of the People's Republic of China, I wish to express our appreciation for these efforts. Transport is the lifeblood of the economy and the bond that links civilizations. Shipping industry is an essential pillar for the development of international trade and an important bridge for fostering friendship among the peoples of all nations. The Chinese government attaches great importance to the development of the maritime sector. Through sustained efforts, China has become the country with the largest scale of shipping infrastructure, the highest volume of seaborne cargo, and the strongest maritime connectivity in the world. China has thus made significant contributions to supporting global economic growth and facilitating international trade. At present, the world is undergoing profound changes unseen in a century. The momentum of global economic recovery remains weak, and the sustainable development of international shipping is facing severe challenges. The Chinese government will continue to work closely with the international community to enhance communication, strengthen practical cooperation, and jointly overcome the negative impacts of geopolitical tensions. We will promote safe, convenient, green, economical, efficient, inclusive, and resilient sustainable development of the shipping industry. In this regard, I would like to put forward 3 initiatives. First, we must uphold multilateralism. We firmly oppose unilateral and radical approaches and fully respect the central role of IMO as the core platform for global maritime governance. We should actively promote equal-footed consultations, strive to identify the broadest common interests among all countries, and prevent the fragmentation of global maritime governance. It is also essential to address the concerns of developing countries. Secondly, we must pursue innovation-driven development. We should seize the new opportunities in global maritime development and effectively address major issues that represent the future directions of the industry, such as green shipping and smart shipping. It is also important to continuously explore new frontiers for the development of international maritime transport, promote the ongoing improvement of the global maritime governance system. Thirdly, we must remain action-oriented. We should take effective measures to ensure that the conventions and the regulations developed by IMO keep pace with requirements of the new era and encourage all countries to implement international conventions in a pragmatic manner in light of their respective national circumstances. China is reaffirming the strategic task of building China into a world-class transportation power through high-quality development. This will not only foster the growth of China's maritime sector, but also offer opportunities for our partners. And China stands ready to work with all partners to enhance global maritime governance. Last but not least, I wish the Assembly every success. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le
Thank you very much to the Vice Minister of Transport of China, and I now call on Dr. Claudia Elif Stutz, State Secretary, Federal Ministry for Transport for Germany, who will be speaking remotely.
Madame Présidente, Secretary General, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and distinguished delegates, I'm honored to address you today on behalf of Germany at the 34th Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. Fair and safe international maritime shipping requires IMO's member states to cooperate intensively, multilaterally, respectfully, and in the spirit of trust. The well-being of seafarers, the safety and security of ships, and the protection of the marine environment depend on the decisions we take as member states. Our seas and oceans are essential for international trade, connecting all our economies and cultures. Promoting maritime transport is vital to our global prosperity and to cooperation between our nations. To ensure that this remains equally possible for future generations, we must protect our seas and the climate by avoiding marine pollution and reducing our ecological footprint in the maritime sector. The Maritime Environment Protection Committee plays a key role in our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Germany regrets that the adoption of the IMO Net Zero framework was postponed by 1 year and that a historic opportunity was missed. The adoption would have paved a way for climate-neutral shipping in line with the objectives and the timeline of the 2023 IMO greenhouse gas strategy. Both the shipping and the renewable fuels industries need binding regulations on international level so that the market ramp-up can be achieved. Therefore, looking into the future, Germany will strive to use the next 11 months to work on the guidelines as requested by some delegations and to provide further clarity on the design of the legal framework. We are confident that a net zero framework can still be successfully adopted so that shipping contributes to global climate goals. We also remain committed to ensuring that the relevant negotiations are conducted in a spirit of mutual understanding, constructive cooperation, and solidarity, and that the measures facilitate a just and equitable transition. Secure and resilient trade and transport routes are indispensable for the international maritime industry and for us as nations. As IMO member states, we must continue to focus our activities on this field. In addition, providing care and extensive training to our seafarers, especially with a view to complex technology and the related challenges, is indispensable. Our seafarers form the backbone of international maritime shipping. Germany will continue to actively participate in the revision of the Convention on Standards of Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping to ensure that training for seafarers remains attractive and takes both current and future developments into account. Ultimately, ship safety is also essential to ensure the well-being of people and the environment. The safety and security of container ships is and will remain a key focus. as container transport by sea is the lifeline of global trade. This requires a comprehensive approach that takes all aspects into account. Stowage, cargo securing, navigation, and containers themselves must be considered in order to make progress in this area. In this context, we pay particular attention to the recent proliferation of the Russian shadow fleet to evade regulatory oversight, insurance requirements, and maritime safety standards. Germany underscores that maritime security and deterrence of illicit activities at sea must remain on IMO's agenda, while not penalizing innocent seafarers. The challenges we face can only be mastered if our nations, the maritime industry, and research establishments work together closely and in the spirit of trust. As other speakers before me, I'm pleased to announce that Germany will ratify the HNS agreement together with Belgium, the Netherlands, and Sweden in April next year. To conclude, Germany will remain an active partner in discussions and in the further development of international rules and will continue to work towards this goal together with all stakeholders in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the State Secretary from Germany. I now give the floor to Catherine Chabot, the Minister Delegate for the Sea and Fisheries of France.
Madame la Présidente.
President, Secretary General, Ministers, Delegates, it is a great honor for me to address your assembly today as the Minister for the Sea and Fisheries, but also, if you allow me, as a navigator. The International Maritime Organization is for all seafarers, for us and for those we represent, an essential stakeholder for ensuring the safety of maritime transport, but also for the marine environment. I'm not going to list all IMO's many achievements, but I wish, on behalf of the French government, to sincerely commend the remarkable work of this organization, which remains today more than ever the indispensable multilateral voice of maritime regulation. At a time when economic exchanges by sea are more intense than at any other time, it is our collective responsibility to defend our institution. Its stakeholders undertake formidable work day in, day out, representing not just governments, but economic actors and civil society. It is this voice of knowledge, science, responsibility, commitment, and collective ambition, which France wants to put to the service of maritime safety and security, marine environmental protection, and the sustainable development of international transport. More broadly, France has been promoting maritime multilateralism, most recently at Nice during the United Nations Ocean Conference, so that in the future maritime transport can operate in an intelligent manner and prosper in a fair and responsible international framework. Because it is a question of collective and individual responsibility. The ocean is all of our well-being, the climate, and more broadly our planet. They are all under unprecedented pressure. IMO has already done and continues to do a great deal to ensure the resilience of the maritime sphere. I'm referring to the energy efficiency and routing measures as examples. I'm also talking about the speed reduction at international level, which were adopted during the 2008 crisis, and which, to my mind, are an immediate, effective, and sensible solution. Furthermore, on the margins of alternative fuels, I believe we can, all of us, support the development of wind-powered systems. They are already today demonstrating their effectiveness in terms of emissions reduction, but they are not included in carbon intensity calculations. This is another sensible solution. There is much innovation in the sector of competition, and these innovations could inspire industrial dynamism in the sector. I'd like to also commend the recommendations on microplastic beads and on the reduction of underwater noise. Thanks to the efforts undertaken by Arsenio Dominguez and the vast majority of delegations, a historic agreement was found in April 2025, which led to a text which is as balanced as it could possibly be. I hope that we can restart discussions in a calm and intelligent way to definitively adopt this legal framework, which is both historic and exemplary. Furthermore, we must closely cooperate to ensure its proper implementation, to ensure effective ship inspection, information sharing, and the exchange of good practice. These are pillars of effective maritime governance. This cooperation enables the protection of seafarers, vessels, global trade, and their workplace, which is the ocean. This cooperation is also enabled by member states' active participation in the work of IMO. France will continue to support and enrich the work of IMO, to also financially support young experts, to nominate auditors, to finance different funds, in particular to support delegations' participation. Ladies and gentlemen, France stands committed alongside all member states to promote a safe, clean, sustainable ocean. This commitment is at the heart of our work within this organisation, with whom we share a joint, resolutely ambitious vision. Thank you. Thank you to the Minister. I now offer the floor to Dr. Saeed Rasooli, the Deputy Minister of Roads and Urban Development and Managing Director of the Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Madam President, at the outset, I would like to extend my congratulations on your election as well as that of your esteemed Vice President. I also wish to express my appreciation for the efforts of the former President and to commend the valuable guidance and contributions of the distinguished Secretary General. His Excellency, Madam President, His Excellency Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Islamic Republic of Iran, with over 5,800 kilometers of coastline along the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman and Caspian Sea, and maintaining a large fleet of vessels under its flag, ranked among the top 20 in the world, and as a founding member of the International Maritime Organization and one of the leading countries in the fields of maritime transport, continually strives to enhance its national capacities within regional and international engagements. In line with the responsibility of coastal states for conducting maritime search and rescue operations, the Islamic Republic of Iran carried out a total of 378 maritime search and rescue missions in 2024 and 2025, resulting in the rescue of 2,150 individuals. The Islamic Republic of Iran also proudly announces that one of its flag state vessels saved the lives of 73 persons on 7th of July 2025 in the Mediterranean Sea. Within the framework of the SOLAS, MARPOL, and SCCW conventions, Iran considers maritime safety, shipping operations, and the protection of the marine environment to be highly important and specialized matters, and believes that any form of intervention or the application of non-technical considerations should be avoided. In this regard, Iran commends all member states that, in accordance with the principle of constructive cooperation and the provisions of Article 1 of the IMO Convention, fulfill their obligations. It further emphasizes that any action that restricts cooperation or maritime operations is inconsistent with the objectives of IMO and therefore considers it essential that existing obstacles to full implementation of technical requirements be removed. Madam President, in the 5-year development plan of the Islamic Republic of Iran maritime-based economy is identified as one of the main priorities and now serves as a foundation for the comprehensive development of the country's maritime capacities, particularly the enhancement of ports, the expansion of maritime services, transit development, and the promotion of prosperity along the coastal regions. Relying on its skilled human resources, its exceptional geographical position, and progressive legislation supporting domestic and foreign investment, Iran expresses its readiness to enhance and expand international cooperation in the fields of transit, maritime transport, safety, training, and marine environmental protection, and stands prepared to play a more active role in advancing the goals and programs of the IMO. Distinguished delegates, the Islamic Republic of Iran supports the IMO's objectives for reducing emissions and promoting the use of cleaner fuels. We believe that the transition to new technologies and alternative fuels must be planned, equitable, realistic, and aligned with the capacities of developing countries so as not to create additional pressure or widen the gap between developed and developing states. In this context, Iran has launched projects to develop clean fuels, reduce emissions, and improve energy efficiency in the maritime sector, and expresses its readiness to attract foreign investment supported by national incentives and legal guarantees. In closing, I extend my gratitude to the Secretary General, the chairs of the Assembly, Council, and committees, and all IMO member states for their valuable efforts in advancing maritime safety and sustainable global maritime transport. I wish to reaffirm that the Islamic Republic of Iran, as a reliable, committed, and responsible partner, stands ready to expand international cooperation in maritime industry. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie Monsieur le Vice-ministre.
Thank you to the Deputy Minister from the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to Wadefe Babele, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Maritime Economy of Togo.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, President. Secretary General, President, chairs of all the IMO committees, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor, and it is with great gratitude that I take the floor on behalf of the government of Togo to commend the unceasing efforts of the International Maritime Organization to promote the safety, security, and of shipping and environmental protection. We would like to congratulate Mrs. Marine de Carne on her election to preside this session, and also Morocco and Maldives as vice presidents. Ladies and gentlemen, my country as a coastal port and flag state has for a number of years now been engaged in an ambitious process of modernization and the consolidation of our maritime sector. In 2024, the autonomous port of Lomé handled more than 30 million tons of cargo, an increase of 1.85% over the previous years, confirming its position as a strategic hub in West Africa and its major contribution to the national economy, with an increase of 37.72% in exports compared with 2013. The port of Lomé is the largest deep-water port in the sub-region, with a natural depth of 16.6 meters, and it is able to receive the most modern vessels. At the same time, the Port of Lomé has just completed the dredging work of its terminal. The depth of its channel has been increased to 18.6 meters, which will make it possible to welcome even larger vessels. Ladies and gentlemen, for Togo, maritime environmental protection, combating pollution, and maritime safety and seafarer well-being are absolute priorities. The country has committed to the protection of the environment through the adoption of framework legislation on the environment. We are committed to projects which combat marine plastic litter pollution as part of the Glow Litter Partnership Agreement. We are further aware of the importance of the project to decarbonise maritime transport piloted by the organisation, and we reiterate our full commitment to achieving carbon neutrality in the shipping sector. To this end, we support the creation of a new subcommittee entirely focused on combating greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. Moreover, vessel safety is at the heart of our action. Between January and November 2025, 268 vessels have been subject to a port state control inspection. As a flag state, Togo has a national and an international shipping register. As part of our work to improve performance and in line with the quality policy of our international shipping registry, around 216 ships have been removed from our list because of poor safety, security performance, or because they have been found to be in violation of UN resolutions between 2019 and September 2025. Thus, sensitive to the identification of vessels and companies by an IMO number, our country supports the adoption of the resolution on the IMO number scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, our country fully agrees with the proposal to strengthen multilingualism within our noble institution. To this end, we have no problem adding our voice to those of other delegations who support the adoption of Arabic as an official language at IMO alongside the existing languages. In cooperation, Togo plays a key role in regional and multilateral cooperation. We are active members of WAEMU and the Maritime Organization for Western and Central Africa. Togo has also strengthened its commitment through regional frameworks for combating maritime threats through its members of the Yaoundé Code of Conduct and its role in the adoption of the Charter of Lomé in maritime safety and security and the development in Africa. Togo wants to actively participate in the global system for regulating international system. Our financial contributions demonstrate our commitment to this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, this assembly is an opportunity for us to call for solidarity in the maritime community to confront these challenges. We reaffirm our solid commitment to contributing to an international maritime system based on the rule of law, the protection of the environment, and the safety and security of the seas. We are determined to act not just for the benefit of our coastal population, but also for the stability, prosperity, and sustainability of all nations who share the sea. We share the goals of this organization, and we agree fully with the vision of the chair of the council, who has supported the work which we are doing in Western Africa. In conclusion, on behalf of the government of Togo, we would like to wish you every success at this assembly. We remain convinced that only through acting together with solidarity and conviction that we will be able to guarantee a maritime future that is safe, sustainable and prosperous for all. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you to the Secretary General from Togo. I now give the floor to Mr. Villamor Ventura Esplan, the Assistant Secretary for Maritime Department of Transportation from the Philippines.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As a maritime nation of 7,641 islands, the Philippines has long recognized the IMO as the cornerstone of global maritime governance. Our continued membership in the Council since 1997 reflects our steadfast commitment to ensuring that the voices of seafaring nations are heard. The Philippines is proud to be the world's largest provider of competent seafarers to the global fleet. In 2024 alone, we deployed over 500,000 maritime professionals serving across all ranks and departments of merchant vessels worldwide. Filipino seafarers are trusted in their competence, resilience, adaptability, and fluency in English. They are indeed the sailing ambassadors of our nation, carrying with them the values of hard work, reliability, and professionalism. To ensure that our seafarers remain fully prepared for the evolving maritime landscape, the Philippines, through the Maritime Industry Authority, or MARINA, has embarked on a journey to ensure maritime just transition, providing seafarers training on alternative fuels and other technologies. The Philippines notes the ongoing exposure of Filipino seafarers to risk arising from geopolitical tensions, acknowledges recent incidents in the Red Sea and their impact on affected crew and families, and expresses appreciation to partners in the IMO for their continued assistance and support. The Philippines is relentless in its efforts to put forward proposals addressing gaps identified during the comprehensive review of the STCW Convention 1978 as amended to ensure future-proof seafarers. We also take this opportunity to highlight our initiatives to strengthen the shipbuilding and ship repair sector. Marina continues to champion the modernization and expansion of this industry, enabling the Philippines to sustain its position as one of the world's top 5 shipbuilding nations. In addition, the Philippines is making significant progress towards the accession to the Hong Kong Convention on Ship Recycling, underscoring our commitment to environmentally sound practices in ship dismantling. Domestically, we are committed to boosting ferry safety and driving greener transport through active ARF engagement and the development of electric ferries. We likewise express our profound gratitude to the IMO for the various projects on marine environment protection, from ballast water management, biofouling management, marine plastic litter, and reduction of GHG emission. Furthermore, the Philippines remains committed to addressing the findings of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, or the IMSAS. We are currently implementing corrective actions with transparency and diligence, demonstrating our resolve to uphold our obligations as a responsible flag, port, and coastal state. Aligned with the transformative vision of our President Ferdinand R. Marcos, the Marina continues to champion digital innovation as a cornerstone of a modern, globally competitive maritime sector through its flagship initiatives, such as the Marina Integrated Seafarers Management Online System and the blockchain-enabled automated certification system, significantly enhancing transparency and efficiency of the operational processes while ensuring secure, tamper-proof, and contactless transactions through blockchain. The Philippines reaffirms its steadfast commitment to fostering meaningful partnership and enhanced cooperation within the maritime sector. We recognize that the challenges and opportunities presented by our shared seas transcend national boundaries and cannot be addressed in isolation. In this spirit, The Philippines places great value on working closely with fellow member states and engaging constructively with non-governmental organizations whose expertise and contributions are indispensable to our collective progress. By strengthening these partnerships together through mutual trust, shared responsibility, and coordinated action, we can advance maritime safety, sustainability, resilience, and progress. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Philippines stands ready to continue contributing to the IMO Council with vigor, responsibility, and vision. We pledge to continue giving voice to seafarers, to champion sustainability, and to uphold the principles of safety and inclusivity in global shipping. Thank you, and mabuhay, as the Philippines continues to give the world its best.
Je remercie M.
Thank you to the Assistant Secretary for Maritime Department from the Philippines. I now give the floor to Vijay Kumar, the Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways.
Thank you. Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, it is an honor for India to address this Assembly at a time when global shipping stands at the cusp of profound transition. As digitalization of shipping sector gains momentum with emerging alternative fuels and environmental imperatives reshaping our sector, IMO's role as the custodian of uniform, evidence-based, and equitable regulation becomes more crucial than ever. India reaffirms its faith in the multilateral spirit of the organization. At a time of rising unilateral and regional measures, India believes the IMO must remain the central and legitimate forum for global maritime rulemaking. Only a consensus-driven and inclusive process can deliver regulations that are fair, practical, and responsive to the capacities of all member states, developing and developed alike. India sees itself not only as a maritime nation, but also as a civilizational maritime power. Today, India is home to one of the world's largest and most respected seafaring communities, with over 300,000 trained mariners, including more than 15,000 registered women seafarers and 6,500 serving globally. Their professionalism and global contribution remind us that the human element must remain at the heart of every maritime transition. India's national initiatives, Sagar Mein Yog, for mental well-being, and Sagar Mein Samman, to enhance dignity and safety for women at sea, reflect our belief that shipping's digital, environmental, and technological transitions must begin with seafarers. India's contributions to global maritime security also reflect our steadfast commitment to the safety of the international maritime commons. Our Navy and Coast Guard have protected vessels of all flags in the Gulf of Aden, Western Indian Ocean, and Red Sea from piracy, attacks, and hazardous cargo incidents. Our expanding long-range identification tracking National Data Center further reinforces India's conviction that ocean security is a shared global responsibility. Sustainability is central to India's approach. Fully aligned with the IMO's GHG strategy, India has advanced green fuel hubs and scaled port renewable power installation by more than 5 times over the last decade. Ranked amongst the top performers in the Climate Change Performance Index, India supports an inclusive transition for developing states. With more than 11,000 kilometers of coastline and leading HKC-compliant yards, and with port capacity more than doubling in a decade, India remains committed to sustainable maritime growth. India has also emerged as a leading platform for international maritime dialogue with the Green Shipping Conclave, which was graced by the IMO Secretary General and the India Maritime Week 2025, held in October, under the theme Uniting Oceans, One Maritime Vision, which brought together 85 countries and over 100,000 participants, mobilizing US $145 billion in green and digital maritime investments. These platforms reflect our shared commitment to green corridors, clean fuels, and climate-aligned action in shaping the maritime transition. India has notified the Merchant Shipping Act 2025 as its primary legislation, which is in complete alignment with IMO and International Labour Organization conventions as part of its treaty obligations. Further, India has announced in September 2025 a comprehensive $8 billion package to revitalize India's shipbuilding and maritime ecosystem. Our maritime heritage is a powerful reminder of the journey ahead. The National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, adjacent to one of the world's earliest dockyards, symbolizes India's enduring connection with the seas and our commitment to shaping a future that remains safe, sustainable, and human-centered. Madam President and distinguished delegates, India seeks re-election to the IMO Council under Category B for the biennium 2026-2027. Our candidature reflects a commitment to the values this organization stands for: global standards, consensus, and the human element. India stands ready to contribute with responsibility, credibility, and a constructive spirit. We believe that the future of global shipping must be shaped not by divergence, but by unity, not by unilateralism, but by cooperation, not by imbalance, but by shared progress. India remains fully committed to strengthening the work of this organization and to building a maritime future that is safer, greener, more inclusive, and firmly anchored in multilateralism. Thank you, Madam President, and we request this statement to be made part of the report. Further, I take this opportunity to invite Excellencies and all the distinguished delegates for the reception by India at Hotel Park Plaza, Riverbank, near IMO at 5:45 p.m. today. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much to the Secretary to the Government of India, the Minister, and I call on Mr. Brian Adrian Vessel, Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority, Ministry of Business, Industry and Financial Affairs.
Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues and friends. It's a great honor and genuine pleasure to be with you at the IMO today. Personally, as a relatively new member, I must say that I very quickly felt the remarkable sense of community in this place, for which I've learned as a fitting expression, the IMO family. This is indeed something to treasure. This spirit of community, the IMO family, is not only something to treasure, it's also something we must rely upon. For while the bonds of cooperation are strong, we live in challenging times. The shipping industry faces mounting pressure from geopolitical tensions and increasingly disrupted trade routes. The challenges that we face are global, and global challenges demand global solutions. Global solutions demand global cooperation, and global cooperation demands global trust. Trust that we can only build through mutual respect and understanding. The geopolitical tensions are here, they've moved into this building, we've seen it, but we do not have to accept that we lose this mutual respect and understanding. The IMO's mandate relies on the ability of the organization and its members to demonstrate its global relevance and the need for global regulation. However, the strength of the IMO lies not only in its ability to forge common solutions, but also to the commitment of its member states back home to enforce and implement these conventions. Enforcement and implementations are vital if we are to address the area that lies at the very heart of the IMO's mission: safe, secure, and environmentally sound shipping, while ensuring healthy lives and the well-being at sea. Despite these geopolitical differences, the IMO family needs to ensure compliance with the rules that keeps our ships safe and well-maintained. Regardless of where the ships are in the world and what they transport, we cannot accept substandard shipping. Denmark stands ready to work with all countries committed responsibly and in solidarity to keep our oceans safe, secure and sustainable, and to ensure that all nations are supported in this common effort as a family. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur.
Thank you very much to the Director General of the Danish Maritime Authority, and I now call on His Excellency Dr. Yassin Said Noman Ahmed, Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Yemen to the IMO.
Ambassadeur.
معالي السيدة Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the IMO, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor for me to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the government of the Republic of Yemen. Yemen is a maritime state possessing coastlines overlooking the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Arabian Sea, stretching for more than 1,500 kilometers. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait is located in the southwestern part of Yemen, through which more than 15% of international trade passes annually. The Yemeni state used to secure navigation in this important maritime area and fulfilled its responsibilities to the fullest. However, after the terrorist Houthi militias, supported by Iran, took control of part of Yemen, the worrying escalation of the Houthi-Iranian hostile activities in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden has increased and now threatens international navigation in these waters. These waters are vital not only for Yemen, but also for global international trade. Over the past 2 years, the Iran-backed Houthi militias have carried out repeated and systematic attacks on commercial vessels traversing the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. According to available data, the Houthis have launched nearly 228 surface-to-surface missiles and drones from areas under their control in the north of Yemen. These attacks have targeted more than 115 commercial ships, 5 of which have been sunk, resulting in the death and injury of numerous seafarers. The environmental consequences of these attacks are devastating. The sinking of ships has led to the leakage of chemical cargo, oil, and fuel, amounting to hundreds of thousands of tons, causing severe marine pollution and threatening biodiversity, fisheries, and the livelihoods of thousands of fishermen in Yemen and neighboring Eritrea and other countries. Between 2023 and 2025, the impact of these attacks has extended far beyond Yemen's shores, disrupting regional economies and global trade. According to data from the IMO, the United Kingdom Trade Operations, and the United States Central Command, at least 25 attacks and commercial vessels were recorded between August 1st, 2024 and July 31st, 2025. Your Excellencies, these developments confirm the emergence of a dangerous transnational network that threatens peace and stability in the Horn of Africa region and the Arabian Sea. The Yemeni government affirms that the continued flow of weapons, drugs, and illicit materials to the Houthi militias, their trade, and their smuggling to neighboring countries constitutes a threat not only to Yemen, but also to international maritime peace and security. In the recent period, due to this escalation, we have witnessed a resurgence of piracy off the coast of Somalia, a phenomenon not seen since 2012. Since May 2024, 7 piracy attempts have been reported, including the boarding of the oil tanker Heba Aphrodite off the coast of Somalia, whilst it was en route from India to South Africa. Other incidents included attempted hijackings of LNG carriers and gunfire at commercial vessels near Mogadishu. The Yemeni government, in close coordination with the Arab Coalition, the International Maritime Organization, and our international partners, remains fully committed to combating all forms of maritime crime and ensuring the safety and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea, Gulf of Aden, and the Arabian Sea. Yemen has always been an active partner in regional maritime security efforts. Since the adoption of the Djibouti Code of Conduct in 2009 and the Gender Amendments of 2017, Yemen has consistently worked to strengthen cooperation among member states and international partners. The Regional Maritime Information Sharing Center continues to play a vital role in monitoring maritime traffic, analyzing incidents, and disseminating timely information through its daily, weekly, and monthly reports. There is a safe network with the Djibouti Code of Conduct states and other maritime partners. Your Excellencies, the Republic of Yemen reaffirms its commitment to peace, stability, and the rule of international law. We call on the international community to take decisive and coordinated measures to prevent the continued smuggling of weapons to the Houthi militias, to support regional information sharing mechanisms, and to strengthen collective maritime security in one of the world's most strategic waterways. We also appreciate the announcement by some countries to provide support to the Yemeni Coast Guard as part of the coordinated efforts with regional allies and international partners to combat piracy, terrorism, arms smuggling, and organized crime, an initiative adopted and co-funded by the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia. We also hope that support for the Maritime Authority with means to combat pollution, to preserve the marine environment, especially from ships that discharge waste and oil, as well as distressed vessels subjected to terrorist attacks in both the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and respond to distress calls from ships. Thank you for your attention.
Je remercie Monsieur l'ambassadeur.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Yemen, and I now call on His Excellency Monsieur Ali Diallo, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Guinea to IMO. Madam President, Secretary General, officers of the conference, distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure for me in addressing you from this august podium to bring you the greetings of the people and the government of Guinea, in particular those of our head of state, President Mamadi Doumbouya. Allow me next to warmly congratulate the recently elected officers of the Assembly. Congratulations, too, must go to Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Secretary General of our organization, for his determination and the professionalism with which he is implementing IMO's strategic plan, the ultimate goal of which is the development of strong and inclusive international maritime governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime sector faces many challenges which require a united response from us. These include the safety of navigation, the fight against marine pollution, decarbonization of shipping for developing countries, and in particular those from the African region. We should add the impact of climate change on coastal area zones, the persistence of piracy, illegal fishing, and unlawful maritime activities. We must address these challenges if the maritime sector is to play an effective role in international trade and make its contribution to the creation of wealth and of employment. Therefore, through me, the Republic of Guinea welcomes the ongoing efforts of IMO to support our member states in order to assist them to implement a more resilient and effective maritime system. The Republic of Guinea, at the behest of the head of state, President Mamadi Doumbouya, has begun a vast program of reforms which are intended to modernize maritime governments by adapting the legislative and regulatory framework to changes in the sector, to strengthen safety and security, protection of the marine environment, and the development of port infrastructure. These reforms are needed as a result of sustained growth of the economy powered by the mining sector, including the Simandou mega project, which is the largest integrated iron project in the world. In tandem with this, we've undertaken significant infrastructure developments, including ports, for the export of these ores. We remain convinced that prosperity in the sector requires the strengthening of international and regional cooperation, and to this end, we hosted a few weeks ago the 15th meeting of the Abuja Memorandum of Understanding. And in the course of that meeting, we restated our commitment to strengthening regional cooperation in tackling maritime threats, pollution, and documentary fraud. President, ladies and gentlemen, while we restate our determination to play an active role in IMO activities relating to energy transition, training of our seafarers, and a sustainable and inclusive shipping sector, we reiterate our commitment to the ideals and principles of the IMO, and we remain a partner committed to the implementation of maritime conventions and the upholding of our shared maritime heritage. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur
Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Guinea, and I now call on His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardiner, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Antigua and Barbuda to IMO.
Madam President, Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda, it's an honor to address the 34th session of this Assembly. We congratulate you, Madam President, and your officers on your election, and express appreciation to the Secretary General, Arsenio Dominguez, for his sound leadership of the organization. We congratulate the IMO on a successful World Maritime Day 2025 under the theme Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, which highlighted the ocean's crucial role in the global economy, supporting vital marine transportation and livelihoods for billions, while recognizing that it is the home to countless marine habitats and species and plays a key role in regulating the planet's climate. In embracing the concept of ocean sustainability, we agree that we must adopt innovative technology, decarbonization, and digitalization within the maritime transportation sector. Antigua and Barbuda, as a small island state already facing the adverse effects of climate change, recognizes and appreciates the bold initiative undertaken by the IMO in the realization of the GHG strategy. The work ahead will require all of us to remain steadfast in our pursuit of the right balance and consensus on adopting the amendments to MARPOL Annex 6. And we must not compromise the principle of a just and equitable transition, as our very existence depends on a globally regulated regime that prevents excessive increases in maritime transportation costs. We are pleased to report that Antigua and Barbuda has taken steps to strengthen its ship registry regulations, aiming to eradicate dark and shadow fleets, including the automatic deregistration of sanctioned tonnage. In collaboration with the Republic of Malta and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, we recently launched the Global Center for Maritime Sanctions Monitoring. The center aims to shed light on the darkness by establishing an entity capable of monitoring the global fleet to identify potential breaches of the UN Security Council sanctions and transnational crimes at sea. As a central repository, the center will be able to receive and share information to support the compliance and monitoring efforts of states. We acknowledge the IMO for its dedication to promoting the role of women in the maritime sector, and we appreciate its ongoing support through the Women in Maritime Association Caribbean, WIMAC, helping to foster a greater gender balance in the traditionally male-dominated shipping industry. We are generally proud that Antigua and Barbuda chapter continues to promote the maritime sector as a valuable career option for women and girls through awareness seminars and outreach programs. We urge the IMO to keep supporting women professionals in the maritime and port sectors, and this is vital for the associations to stay viable and effective in the Caribbean. Madam President, Antigua and Barbuda proudly supports the Caribbean in maritime affairs, emphasizing our unwavering commitment to safety, security, and sustainable development. We sincerely thank the Latin America and Caribbean section of the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division for their invaluable support in raising awareness of our IMO obligations, which is vital for our ongoing progress. Our active participation in the annual IMO meeting of the directors and heads of maritime administrations of the Caribbean, DEMA, demonstrates our dedication to strengthening regional cooperation. Together, we are building a stronger and more connected maritime sector for the Caribbean. In conclusion, Madam President, Antigua and Barbuda urge the IMO in this digital age to uphold the spirit of collaboration and consensus in achieving our shared goals for safe, secure, and well-manned shipping within a clean and sustainable marine environment. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gardner. And I now call on Mr. Jeroen Koereman, Ambassador Extraordinary, Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Belgium to the IMO.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, querido amigo Arsenio, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of the Kingdom of Belgium. At the outset, let me congratulate you, Madam President, for your election as the President of this year's Assembly. The Belgian coastline extends for only 67 kilometers. But Belgium is an important maritime nation that is truly committed to help the IMO meet its ambitious goals. As a major port state, we are home to the second largest port in Europe, the port of Antwerp-Bruges. Our fleet continues to grow. This year alone, it has increased by more than 50%, demonstrating the increasing attractiveness of the Belgian flag. Our maritime sector rests on three pillars: innovation, cooperation, and the respect for international commitments. In the area of innovation, Belgium is undertaking ambitious initiatives ranging from autonomous navigation trials in the North Sea to green hydrogen projects and the development of sustainable maritime corridors. Through these actions, Belgium is resolutely committed to shaping a modern, efficient, and environmentally responsible maritime transport sector. Belgium is a pioneer in the ecological transition of global maritime transport. Our ship owners are investing in new generation vessels powered by alternative fuels that will set sail as early as next year. Thanks to innovative projects in the field of hydrogen and its derivatives, and the establishment of green maritime corridors, the entire Belgian maritime sector and industry are leading the way towards a zero-emission maritime future. This commitment to the ecological transition is also reflected in our active role in negotiations related to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. But innovation alone is not enough without constant attention to the safety and inclusivity and resilience of the sector. Belgium is a strong advocate for the welfare of seafarers. Our inspectors conduct over 1,000 inspections annually in our ports, and our growing fleet is rigorously monitored to ensure the highest standards. Our commitment to gender equality is reflected in the composition of our delegations to the IMO and in our initiatives to encourage more women to join and thrive in the maritime industry. Looking to the future of global shipping, Belgium believes that diversity should be recognized not only as a value, but as a strength. The maritime sector is inherently international, bringing together people from all backgrounds, cultures, and perspectives. And we are proud that our proposal to include broader diversity issues is now on the IMO agenda, particularly within the Committee on Technical Cooperation. By promoting inclusive policies and encouraging equal opportunities throughout the sector, we can unlock new potential, enhance safety and innovation, and ensure that maritime work remains a career path open to everyone. Furthermore, I'm also pleased to announce that Belgium is preparing to ratify the 2010 HNS Convention, which will bring it into force. Together with our neighbouring countries, including the Netherlands, Germany and Sweden, we will ratify the Convention in the spring of 2026. With the ratification of the HNS Convention, Belgium will have ratified 100% of the IMO conventions. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are also aware of the threats to shipping of organised criminality. Belgium has adopted strict legislation linked to strategic partnerships with stakeholders in the sector and numerous member states, and we have invested in smart technology to enhance maritime security. We are convinced that only enhanced international cooperation will enable us to effectively tackle these challenges. Finally, Belgium is fully committed to developing countries, and in particular the SID small island developing states and the LDCs, the least developed countries. By means of our contributions to the ITCP and various trust funds, we ensure that all those countries can play a full part in the IMO process. And I will conclude by restating that Belgium is a bridge builder between countries, between cultures, and between ideas.
Distinguished delegates, let me say a few words about this Friday. As you know, Belgium has presented its candidature to be a member of the Council in Category C. We really believe that we have something to offer to the workings of the IMO. Our commitment has been shown over the past years and in the past future of the organization. We are very proud of this candidature, and we hope that we can count on your support. Thank you very much. Je vous remercie. Muchas gracias. Shukran.
Je remercie Monsieur.
Thank you very much to the Belgian ambassador. We are drawing close to the tea break, and I'd like to call on the Danish delegation to make an announcement, if you would be so good.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, we would like to invite you to a reception in support of Denmark's candidacy for the IMO Council Category C. Through to Danish customs, it will just be very informal, no greeting line, just hygge with the IMO family. Looking forward to seeing you.
Okay. Welcome back. Chers délégués.
Delegates.
Maintenant, je souhaiterais
Now, I would like to invite Stephen Francis Smith, the High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Australia, to IMO.
We good to go? Yeah. Okay, thanks. President, Secretary-General, honourable delegates. It's my honour to address the Assembly of the International Maritime Organisation during its 34th session, representing Australia, a nation whose identity, prosperity and future are inseparable from the ocean. For over 65,000 years, the waters surrounding Australia have carried stories of navigation, trade and connection. First by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, whose deep maritime knowledge continues to shape our understanding of stewardship, and now by one of the world's largest maritime trading nations. Today, over 99% of Australia's trade moves by sea, linking Australia to more than 1,000 shipping routes across the globe. Australia is the world's largest exporter of bulk commodities. Each year, more than 30,000 ships call to our ports, navigating through some of the world's most iconic and ecologically significant maritime environments, from the Great Barrier Reef, the Torres Strait, the Coral Sea and the Ningaloo Coast. With 60,000 kilometres of coastline and over 8,000 islands, Australia is the proud steward of more than 3.1 million square kilometres of maritime territory. With our island continent bordered by the Pacific, the Indian and Southern Oceans, our search and rescue region spans over 10% of the Earth's surface. With more than 80% of our population living within the coastal zone, our nation's prosperity, culture and well-being are deeply tied to the oceans. Australia's commitment to the IMO as a founding member is grounded in our national values of fairness, openness and respect. We champion transparency and inclusivity to ensure the organisation remains modern, representative and responsive to the needs of all member states. In the past biennium, Australia has brought strong leadership, technical expertise and balanced policy insights to the IMO, recognising that, for our region, maritime connectivity is both a lifeline and a way of life. We continue to strengthen regional cooperation, deliver world-class search and rescue services and provide satellite-based maritime surveillance to support our neighbours, many of whom are small island developing states and least developed countries. Our long-standing commitment is reflected in initiatives such as the Pacific Islands Marine Spill Contingency Plan, a practical example of Australia's tangible support for maritime safety and environmental protection in the Pacific. Australia welcomed the opening of the IMO's Pacific Regional Presence Office in Fiji, a milestone that will strengthen targeted technical assistance across the Pacific. We are committed to supporting its success in the years ahead. At the heart of our shared maritime mission are the people who make it possible, the seafarers. They are the backbone of global trade and their safety, dignity and well-being must be protected. Australia remains a vocal advocate for improving seafarers' living and working conditions and for eliminating exploitation and modern slavery in the maritime sector. We support international efforts to strengthen labour standards and ensure fair treatment for all who serve at sea. We also recognise that a truly inclusive maritime industry must empower women at every level. Australia continues to promote gender equity through targeted initiatives, including leadership development, technical training and regional partnerships that support women's participation in maritime careers. Diversity strengthens the sector and drives innovation, resilience and progress, and is a key priority for Australia moving forward. We are proud that Dr. Rosalie Balkin, an Australian, received the 2024 International Maritime Prize last night. Over a remarkable career spanning more than 50 years, Dr. Balkan has made an outstanding contribution to maritime law, including breaking new ground as the first woman appointed to a director-level position at the IMO. Her achievements truly embody the spirit of excellence that this prestigious award celebrates. President, honourable delegates, Australia has been and will remain a steadfast and passionate advocate for the vital role the IMO plays in strengthening global shipping and safeguarding our maritime environment. We are proud of the progress we have achieved together over the past biennium, but importantly, recognise that our shared journey is far from over. This year, Australia's campaign features a platypus, an iconic species found only in Australia. The platypus holds cultural significance for our First Nations people. Through Dreamtime stories, the platypus crossed boundaries and connected language groups as it travelled along water systems connecting water and land. These are values that unite us in our global maritime mission. Today, the platypus as well stands for environmental conservation, echoing Australia's commitment to clean waterways and marine protection. As a committed member of the global maritime community, Australia looks forward to continuing its contribution to a safer, more sustainable maritime future for us all. Thank you very much.
I thank the High Commissioner from Australia. I now give the floor to Mbele Kairuki, the High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this assembly on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania. We thank the Secretary General and the IMO Secretariat for the excellent preparations for this 34th regular session. We also congratulate the newly elected President and Vice Presidents. Your leadership comes at a time of a defining moment for the global maritime community. Today, our oceans face increasing pressure, but they also offer enormous opportunity. Tanzania stands firmly with IMO in promoting safe, secure, and efficient shipping on clean and healthy seas. We come to the Assembly with optimism and a strong belief that innovation and solidarity can drive sustainable maritime development for all nations. Madam President, Tanzania is a maritime gateway for 5 land-linked countries, and to meet their growing trade, we are expanding the port of Dar es Salaam, adding new berths, improving efficiency, and strengthening links with roads and railway systems. In terms of safety and security, we are enhancing port state control, fully implementing the ISPS code across all the ports, and deepening cooperation under the Djibouti Code of Conduct to combat maritime crime. Madam President, we welcome the ongoing reforms to strengthen governance, transparency, and efficiency within the IMO. These reforms renew confidence and ensure every member state, large or small, can fully participate. Tanzania supports strengthening the IMO audit scheme and consolidating IMO convention. We also commend the IMO committees for their vital work in saving lives, protecting environment, and keeping global trade moving. Domestically, we continue to align our American Shipping Act and national legislation with IMO instruments. Safety, compliance, and efficiency remains at the center of our maritime reforms. Madam President, Tanzania is at the final stage of ratifying MARPOL Annex 6. We are committed to contributing to global efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. As discussions on the Net Zero Framework progress, we would like to emphasize that global ambition must be matched with fairness. Developing countries need balanced measures that recognize both their capacities and their challenges. We call on the IMO and partners to scale up financial and technical support, including technology transfer, pilot projects, and green port initiatives to ensure a just and inclusive transition. Madam President, human capital is the backbone of maritime sector. Tanzania expresses deep appreciation to IMO Technical Cooperation Division, as well as World Maritime University and International Maritime Law Institute. Their work builds skills, strengthens institutions, and prepares the next generation of maritime leaders. We will continue investing in our seafarers, port workers, and regulators. For Tanzania, capacity building is a national priority and a key driver for a long-term maritime transformation. I'm happy to report that next year we will host regional training on implementing the FAL Convention, further strengthening capacity building. Madam President, as a founding member of the Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, MOESNA, we will continue advancing initiatives in port efficiency, maritime safety, security, and decarbonization. Madam President, the challenges before us are real, but so is our collective determination. Together, we can build a maritime future that is safer, cleaner, and more inclusive. A future where every nation, regardless of size, moves forward with confidence. The United Republic of Tanzania stands ready to work with all member states to deliver the future. I thank you.
Thank you to the High Commissioner from Tanzania. I now give the floor to Mr. Ignacio Higueras Hare, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Peru to IMO.
Madame la Présidente, Señor Secretario.
Madam President, Secretary General, heads of delegations, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you at this 34th International Maritime Organization Assembly in order to share with you Peru's commitment to the goals of the organization. First and foremost, Madam President, allow me to begin by congratulating you and through you the two vice presidents on your election to conduct the work of the Assembly. As a maritime nation, Peru is a committed member of the IMO and remains wholly dedicated to the compliance with the founding goals of the organization. We therefore actively take part in the work to strengthen the safety of international shipping and to guarantee the highest standards of protection of the marine environment. Today, oceans and seas face new global challenges such as climate change, pollution, marine waste, coastal erosion, and the growth of transnational organized crime such as drug trafficking, IUU fishing, piracy, and terrorism, which requires an effective and holistic approach on the part of the IMO. As a member of the IMO Council, our delegation has undertaken projects of benefit to the international maritime community, including strengthening maritime safety by means of better regulation, promoting safe carriage of fish meal, promoting the International Center for Maritime Information Exchange, which was headed up by Peru to facilitate exchange of information in decision-making, to enhancing maritime safety, protecting the marine environment by designating Nazca Ridge and the Grau Tropical Sea as PSSAs. These designations benefit the marine environment beyond our jurisdictional waters. And finally, regulating maritime shipping. I should also say that Peru has adopted comprehensive environmental policies to promote technical and operational measures for ships, as well as promoting energy efficiency in keeping with IMO international instruments, particularly with regard to the 2023 strategy. Madam President, our presence in the IMO Council has led to better geographical distribution of our membership and has strengthened legitimacy and effectiveness of the Council decisions by representing better the interests of developing countries. This is crucial if we are to make progress towards a fairer international system which is less polluting and more inclusive, leaving no country behind. We are firmly convinced that it is important to contribute through specific action, and Peru has made voluntary contributions to IMO's Multi-Donor Trust Fund. As we know, this supports the participation of developing countries, particularly the SIDS and LDCs, to IMO meetings. Peru, through its National Maritime Authority, also actively promotes international cooperation for maritime, inland waterways and lakes, safety as well as protection of the aquatic environment. This includes exchanges of information and prevention of unlawful activities to promote safe and sustainable development in aquatic and maritime areas. Also by means of signing agreements with various organizations and providing specialized courses on maritime matters. I would therefore note in particular, Peru serves currently as Secretariat of ROCRAM, which reflects our leadership and our commitment to coordination of policies and actions carried out jointly among the region's maritime authorities. And furthermore, in keeping with our commitments as a coastal state, our National Maritime Authority has optimized our capacity and protection of human life at sea. We also host the Information Fusion Center, IFC Peru, which is a collation and information analysis center aimed at detection and early response to unlawful activities in the South Pacific. As a port state, we are also committed to complying with the Viña del Mar and Tokyo MOUs. And finally, through our National Maritime Authority, we have entered into memoranda of understanding with IMLI and the WMU to ensure that we have a sustained policy on ongoing training and skills for our officials and maritime specialists. Therefore, Madam President, we seek to maintain our active presence in the IMO so that we can continue to work closely with other member states to fully implement IMO conventions, to promote firm and decisive action to strengthen maritime safety, to protect and preserve oceans and its resources, and to ensure effective delivery of technical cooperation. And we restate our commitment to work together with other member states of the IMO as we seek a prosperous future with our nations, and we seek your support for re-election to our council. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you to the ambassador from Peru. I now give the floor to Nadhavatna Krishnamra, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Thailand to IMO.
Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to address you today on behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand. As a proud member state for more than 5 decades and as a trading nation with extensive coastline and marine environment, Thailand has dedicated and committed itself to the principles and objectives of this vital organization. Madam President, our commitment to the organization's mission remains steadfast and absolute. We demonstrate this commitment not only through words, but more importantly, through concrete action. In this spirit, over the past biennium, we have stepped up in many ways. This period has seen one of our most intensive domestic reforms, a time in which Thailand elevated our national maritime framework to better serve the IMO's goals. As these reforms took hold, we trust that they have strengthened Thailand's credibility internationally. We were honored that member states expressed their confidence by entrusting us with significant responsibilities in the organization's key functions. Thailand has embraced these opportunities to contribute substantively, and we reaffirm our commitment to maintaining this high level of intensive cooperation and robust support for the IMO's critical work in the future. Building upon our vision of a global partnership for maritime sustainability, our reform efforts were materialized in a number of deliberative actions. The catalyst was our mandatory IMO member state audit scheme in 2023, which we treated not as a test, but as a transparent roadmap for development. We immediately launched comprehensive corrective action plans, strengthening coordination and delivering a new generation of maritime legislation. These actions are structured around 3 pillars. First, a sustainable planet. Thailand's top priority is focused on the protection of the marine environment. We are advancing accession to key IMO conventions and developing our national plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Domestically, this is operationalized through our green port facility and policy, targeting a carbon neutral port by 2050. Importantly, in 2023, we enacted the Navigation in Thai Waters Act, strengthening MARPOL implementation and extending our environmental protection mandate across our exclusive economic zone. Second, the human element. Shipping is the world's lifeline, but people are its heartbeat. In 2025, our Cabinet approved a sweeping amendment to the Maritime Labour Act. The reform fully aligns our standards with the ILO's Maritime Labour Convention, or MLC 2006, underpinned by strengthened inspection systems. This provides tangible new protections, including expanded social security coverage and, for the first time, legislated maternity benefits, a concrete step reinforcing our commitment to gender equality and decent work for all seafarers. Third, inclusive cooperation. As we believe implementation is key, we have transformed our own audit experience into a tool for capacity building. In November 2024, we partnered with the IMO to host a regional workshop for the Gulf of Thailand, finalizing new transboundary oil spill response guidelines with our neighbors. Thailand continues to offer its services as a regional hub for SCAP activities and for IMO technical workshops, strengthening cooperation and ensuring no country in our region is left behind. Madam President, our actions speak for our vision. Over the past 2 years, we have strived to strengthen our logistics capabilities and to build a stronger, safer, and greener maritime nation, not only for ourselves, but also to be a more effective partner for the IMO. We stand ready to continue working with all member states at the IMO to turn our shared commitments into lasting benefits. And as we are hosting our IMO reception tonight on our Category C bid, we hope to welcome you all tonight to Royal Thai Embassy, and given the important logistics for Thailand, transport is provided. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the Ambassador from Thailand. I now give the floor to Jimena Fuentes Torrijo, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Chile.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is a privilege for me to address you at this assembly and once again to take part in this gathering, which embodies the best of multilateralism, cooperation between member states to strengthen safety, security and sustainability of global shipping. At a time which is marked by geopolitical tension, international fragmentation and a global environmental crisis, it is not merely necessary that we preserve such fora, it is fundamental. The International Maritime Organization is a very important one in the concert of nations, and our commitment to the organization arises from our identity as a tricontinental state, one which has very close links with the ocean. And proof of this can be found in our long record of developing international maritime law and the principles which underpin modern ocean governance. This historic tradition can be seen today in our active participation in global efforts to strengthen the governance of marine areas beyond national jurisdiction, and we therefore welcome the forthcoming entry into force of the new BBNJ agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. We aspire indeed to host its secretariat in the city of Valparaiso as a practical contribution to the multilateral system and to the development of the law of the sea from the global south. Chile sees its involvement in IMO as a commitment which brings together four complementary elements or aspects. Firstly, defending national interests in harmony with international common good. Secondly, to provide knowledge and technical experience to the collective work. Thirdly, to effectively implement instruments which are adopted here. And fourthly, to demonstrate by consistent diplomatic action that Chile is a reliable and responsible country in multilateral fora. Because maritime safety at heart is not just a question of procedure or technology, but it is a moral commitment to human life in all dimensions. One of the principal strands of our work in this organization has been precisely that of humanizing maritime safety. Along these lines, with the recent completion of the development of the new mention of harassment, including sexual harassment. And we are proud to have contributed to this progress, which will include or integrate these essential values in the training of seafarers of the world in a reaffirmation that both technical means and morals must go together hand in hand. And I just recall that today is the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. Dear delegates, as we look to the forthcoming biennium, our delegation will face clear challenges. The implementation of the strategic plan means we must align ambitions and abilities, strengthen technical cooperation and build capacity, make responsible use of digitalization and new technologies, and consolidate the processes of training by ensuring that the human element continues to remain at the heart of all maritime regulation. And in this context, Chile commits itself to continue to promote full integration of women across the maritime sector, boosting their involvement and their leadership as an essential part of the development of the shipping sector. Likewise, we restate our commitment to the protection of the marine environment, as we are convinced that a fair transition to cleaner, more sustainable shipping is an unavoidable obligation which should begin today in order to ensure a safer, more sustainable future for coming generations. Your Excellencies, I'd like to express our sincere thanks to the Secretary General and his staff for their leadership, for his professionalism and dedication. Your work has been essential to strengthen the ability of the organization to support member states in implementing decisions taken. Chile restates its determination to continue to actively contribute to the work of the IMO by technical and collaborative participation. In a world of growing tension, we are convinced that multilateralism, in particular that of this organization, is the only way to guarantee safer, cleaner and fairer seas. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Je remercie Madame l'ambassadrice.
Thanks to the ambassador from Chile. I now give the floor to Carla Maria Rodriguez Mancia, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Guatemala to IMO.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegations, it's an honor for me to address you on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Guatemala at this 34th regular session of the IMO Assembly. We restate our commitment to the guiding principles of the organization, and we note in particular our responsibility as a state located between two oceans. We share the second largest reef in the world with our neighbors. It is full of biodiversity. We believe that technical cooperation and training are crucial pillars to the development of the maritime sector. Our involvement in IMO's technical assistance programs and our work together with regional organizations such as COCATRAM, the Central American Commission for Shipping, has allowed us to enhance the skills and training of our officials and officers and maritime staff, to enhance port management and supervision of shipping, as well as our emergency response capacity. And that is why at the 75th meeting of the Technical Cooperation Committee in June of this year, Guatemala, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic submitted document TC 75-3B1, which underscores the importance of continued support for the Technical Legal Advisors Network of Central America and the Dominican Republic. Guatemala also acknowledges the importance of inclusion of women in the maritime sector as a principle, which IMO has promoted with leadership and vision. Women should be able to contribute in a significant way, and they should have roles of responsibility across the maritime sector. Furthermore, we believe that multilingualism is a crucial element to ensure that no one is left behind, to promote access to knowledge, opportunity, and this be provided to all members of the IMO. Guatemala hugely appreciates the scientific work which underpins decisions taken in this organization, and we are therefore proud to have hosted the 48th London Convention Scientific Group and the 19th London Protocol Scientific Group meeting. These meetings, held in our country, serve to assess risks, to strengthen the protection of marine ecosystems, and to guarantee that international policies are based on scientific evidence. We are also proud to be a part of the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. This is an initiative aimed at reducing underwater noise and protecting marine life. We therefore think it's important that more member states should join in this collective effort. And we likewise respectfully call on member states to ratify the amendments to the IMO Convention adopted in 2021 by this Assembly by means of Resolution A32-152, which is intended to expand the membership of Council. Forthcoming entry into force of these reforms will ensure global representation and promote a fairer representation. By way of conclusion, we would like to express our most heartfelt gratitude to the Secretary-General of the IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, for his leadership and his dedication. And that, of course, goes for his team as well. His work was key to promoting international cooperation, strengthening implementation of IMO protocols and conventions, and promoting inclusion in the maritime sector. His commitment inspires us to continue to work together in a constructive and cooperative fashion, facing these global challenges. As the Popol Vuh, Mayan sacred book says, no one should be led behind. Not even one or two of us should go ahead. We must all advance together. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thanks to the ambassador from Guatemala. And now I give the floor to Mr. Babikir El Siddiq Mohamed Al-Amin, the ambassador and permanent representative of Sudan to IMO. Thank you, President. President, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, ministers, Secretary General, representatives of member states, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to congratulate you, President, on your election. I also congratulate the two vice presidents. Member states have shown their confidence in you in electing you to these high posts. I'm confident with your extensive experience and leadership skills, you will conduct the business of our Assembly in a very efficient and fruitful manner. It is my great honour and pleasure to address this august Assembly of the IMO on behalf of my country at a time when we are witnessing continued challenges to the freedom and safety of navigation and shipping in different parts of the world. Sudan has a coastline of 700 kilometers on the Red Sea. As you know, the Red Sea is one of the most important pathways for international trade, and my government is fully committed to the international laws and standards that govern the use of seas and international waters. We view international maritime activities as a means to deepen and strengthen the common good of mankind and the planet through sustainability, responsibility, and a fair sharing of benefits. At the same time, I take this opportunity to assure you that the government of Sudan is maintaining the safe, stable, and efficient functioning of Sudan's ports for the benefit of our people and our neighbouring countries. In this regard, we have resumed the export of South Sudan's oil through Sudan's ports on the Red Sea. Sudan participates fully in the regional mechanisms of cooperation and coordination in the Red Sea to ensure a coordinated response to the challenges of safety, security, and the stability of trade. My country has been severely affected by climate change, and we support the IMO's initiative to reduce carbon emissions. However, while pursuing our collective goal, we must ensure that we do not do so at the expense of developing and least developed countries or the accessibility of food at reasonable prices. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are undoubtedly aware, our country is confronted with an unprecedented crisis due to the war which is imposed upon us. Let me assure you here that my government is exercising its full authority and sovereignty over our shores and regional waters, upholding our responsibilities to ensure safe navigation and secure shipping on the Red Sea. Having said this, I have to inform the esteemed Assembly that in May of this year, our main port facility at Port Sudan was the target of a desperate terrorist attack using sophisticated strategic drones. The aim of this attack was to obstruct the port's ability to reuse ships, bringing much-needed humanitarian and basic supplies into our country. But these supplies were also for the countries of the region. Unfortunately, this terrorist attack was enabled by a member state of the IMO Council, whose involvement and complicity in the war against our state and against our people is now known to the entire world. Despite this, the impact of the attack was limited. I urge this Assembly to condemn this terrorist act and all similar acts perpetrated against my people and the enablers of these crimes. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur l'ambassadeur du Soudan.
I thank the ambassador from Sudan, and I now give the floor to Mr. Sven Sakov, the ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary from Estonia.
President, Secretary General, dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to be here in front of you. On behalf of Estonia, I thank the organization for your efforts and work. I would also like to thank all delegations for your contribution in ensuring the fulfillment and implementation of our jointly set goals. I would like to highlight some developments in Estonia over the recent years. To promote a sustainable maritime economy, we have launched an initiative called Estonian Marine Green Tech and Retrofit Hub, which in principle is a state first aid to help ship owners in retrofitting existing fleet. Estonia has been active in promulgating green shipping corridors in the region. For example, we have signed MOUs with Finland and Sweden and conducted baseline study to develop green shipping corridors in the Baltic Sea. To improve the state of a marine environment, we are piloting a concept of smart floating platforms aimed at creating a digital twin of our sea area. This will raise awareness of a marine environment, improve maritime safety, and decrease carbon footprint. Besides that, we have launched projects in the field of shipbuilding to promulgate innovative new technologies and alternative fuels. Furthermore, in the spring of 2024, a mandatory IMO member state audit was carried out in Estonia. We greatly appreciate and thank the IMO Secretariat and the audit team who have supported us in conducting the audit and preparing the action plan. The audit results provide us with clear indicators on how to change the marine ecosystem as a whole in accordance with international standards and practices. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime sector is in a state of change. New risks have risen in the field of maritime safety, security, and the protection of a marine environment. Estonia may not be a large country in terms of territory, but we are surrounded by almost 4,000 kilometers of a Baltic coastline, where at any given moment, more than 2,000 vessels are navigating. The threats posed by substandard or falsely registered vessels make us vulnerable as a coastal state. Often such ships have forged documents, are underinsured, or have no insurance at all. As we know, it happens worldwide, not just in the Baltic or the North Sea. Consequently, the coastal states are at risk of falsely registered or uninsured ships operating nearby or in our waters. We assume that none of us would want to deal with the consequences if such a ship were to cause an environmental disaster. These ships operate under obscure ownership, unreliable flags, and minimal oversight, carrying Russian-sanctioned goods on multiple seas, while largely escaping environmental accountability and evading minimum standards set by the IMO. Therefore, we call for focused discussions on coordinated measures to strengthen enforcement of international maritime law, especially environmental protections, improving information sharing and collaboration, enhancing cooperation on strict inspections, and increasing public communication about the environmental dangers of substandard shipping and those enabling it. In addition, constant GNSS interference, spoofing and jamming impose even more risks. The accurate and uninterrupted functioning GNSS is not a technical luxury. It is a critical safety requirement. GNSS signals support not only ship navigation, but also precise time synchronization vital for systems such as the Global Maritime Distress and Safety System. Disruption of these signals is a risk to the safety and reliability of marine transport. Equally vital is the integrity of automated identification system, which plays a key role in traffic coordination, collision avoidance, and emergency response. Spoofing or falsifying AIS data undermines maritime security, increases the risk of accidents, and severely hampers rescue operations. Unfortunately, we are witnessing such incidents not only in the Baltic Sea, but all over the world, as stated also on Assembly Document A34/23/2. As we know, on this Friday, council elections will take place. If you want to strengthen security of our seafarers, to protect our marine environment, and to ensure the resilience of our supply lines, I urge you to make the right decision in those elections. And definitely, I would urge you not to vote for Russian Federation, for the reasons very well outlined by our first speaker yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, Oleksiy Kuleba. For those of you who were not here yesterday, let me recap. Deputy Prime Minister gave us a long list of how Russia is violating everything the IMO stands for. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, let's not put the fox to guard the hen house. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur l'ambassadeur d'Estonie.
I thank the ambassador from Estonia, and I now give the floor to Betty Palazzo, the High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Papua New Guinea to IMO.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am honored to address this 34th session of the IMO Assembly on behalf of the government of Papua New Guinea. Let me begin by joining others in congratulating Madam President for your successful election to preside over this assembly. I also extend our appreciation to the Secretary General for your leadership in steering the work of the IMO. Our shared maritime challenges are most effectively addressed through robust multilateral action. PNG therefore reaffirms its commitment to IMO's work in promoting safe, secure, clean, and efficient maritime transport. Madam President, as a maritime nation that provides the passage of critical international shipping routes, PNG continues to make commendable and systematic progress in translating IMO instruments into domestic practice. This involves sustained effort to modernizing our maritime legislative framework, strengthening regulatory oversight, and building technical competency across key government institutions. We remain committed to addressing outstanding matters from our previous IMSA's audit and working towards full alignment with the III Code through institutional strengthening, improved interagency cooperation, and enhanced compliance systems. A key strategic area of PNG is the JOMAD Passage, one of the Pacific's most sensitive and strategic international shipping routes which was declared by IMO as a particularly sensitive sea area, including the associated protective measures already in place. As mandated by our government, PNG is advancing its initiative to declare the Jomad Passage as a compulsory pilotage area through the IMO. We believe this measure will strengthen the existing voluntary two-way routing system and further safeguard international navigation, reduce the risk of maritime incidents, and protect vulnerable marine ecosystems. However, analysis indicates that further action is needed, and in this context, we look forward to collaborating with IMO, neighboring states, and partners to submit a formal paper to the 13th session of NCSR in June 2026. Madam President, PNG supports the IMO 2023 GHG strategy and the global efforts towards decarbonization. The disproportionate impacts that it will have on seeds and LDCs must be collectively addressed to promote equitable and just transition to avoid any disruptions to our economy. PNG is committed to advancing clean and green maritime transport initiatives, strengthening climate-resilient port and coastal infrastructure, and exploring digital and innovative technologies to improve safety and sustainability. Building the necessary skills and professionalism of a maritime workforce is also a priority for us. We are investing in training for seafarers, enhancing compliance capacity, and advancing gender equality through support for women in maritime leadership and technical roles. PNG is also pursuing modernization through digital navigation, improved maritime domain awareness, strengthened search and rescue coordination, maritime environment protection, and the reactivation of the Maritime Single Window Initiative. These reforms are essential to improving safety, efficiency, and regulatory compliance. Like many small island developing states, PNG is navigating the persistent challenge of capacity and resource constraints. The continued technical cooperation from the IMO and our esteemed regional and development partners to address some of these key challenges is a key to pursuing our national maritime priorities. Let me at this juncture extend our gratitude to all our valued partners and also thank IMO for the recent establishment of the Pacific Regional Presence Office in Fiji. To conclude, Madam President, Papua New Guinea remains steadfast in its commitment to maritime safety, security, environmental protection, and sustainable development. I thank you.
Je remercie Madame.
Thank you to the High Commissioner of Papua New Guinea. Last but not least, I'm going to give the floor to the Secretary General for an interesting announcement.
Alors, c'est moi qui...
Actually, I am going to make the important announcement. There will be a number of receptions this evening, so there are 13. So, please take note, get ready. Mexico, India, France, Malta, China, Finland, Russian Federation, Brazil, Thailand, Sweden, Spain, Cyprus, and Indonesia. I don't think there's anyone else. That's it. So, have a great evening. And if there are no other announcements, Secretary General, I'll give you the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Very briefly, with regard to the 13 receptions this evening, as I've always said, I support you all equally. And I'm always pleased that you provide me with these new challenges. And tonight, here is another one facing me. With my team, we've been working out a route, and I'm going to try to make it to all 13 receptions.
La condición es
But the condition is that I have 10 minutes maximum at any one reception. So I get there, I greet you, we take the photo, and I'm off. Thank you.
Merci. Nous avons un
Thank you. We've got an excellent Secretary General. I don't know whether there's anyone else could do such a good job that he's going to do this evening. Have a great evening anyway.